Oh, well, I had this belt pack off. Now you should be getting it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, check.
Goes up, right? That's a ladder that you climb up. That's right. What about this? is a red. Goes up, right?
Okay, so this is a test for captions. This is a test for captions. Audio test for caption. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, test. Thank you.
worried about it, and I prefer them. I thought those were great. They're like the right length. I don't know. Yeah. A lot of questions in a short period. I was really worried about this because we have so many of them, but I think it's going to be fine after the morning session. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Oh, you go ahead and try it out. Yeah. You just pull it out, and what do you need? We can easily put it back in, no problem. Which one? This one? Just make sure it works. Yeah, you should definitely check it before. No, I got this. It's Susan's here. Here you go. You want the HDMI, whatever.
Yeah.
Should we do it right now?
think so. Brian. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to CUNY for our first set of afternoon talks. It is my pleasure to introduce Susan Golden Meadow. Susan got her PhD from the University of Pennsylvania, and she's a distinguished professor at the University of Chicago. She is the founding and current editor of Language Learning and Development and president of the APS, among many other things. And she's here to talk to us today about children's learning in contexts where children are receiving very, very different kinds of input, and in particular focusing today on the structure and symbolic nature of communication that arises for users of home sign. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to this wonderful conference. Both today and yesterday have been wonderful. I'm looking forward to more. So I want to talk today about how sort of home sign becomes a language. And I want to begin with home sign. I'll give you some example of what a home sign looks like. So home signers, as many of you may know, are individuals who are deaf and born into hearing worlds, which is not so surprising because most deaf people are born into hearing worlds. But these are people who have not been exposed to any deaf individuals, therefore are not exposed to sign language. And their hearing losses are so severe that they can't acquire spoken language. So for all intents and purposes, they're lacking a conventional linguistic model. And what I want to do is show you a videotape of a child who's looking at a picture book, a Richard Scarry picture book, for those of you who know that literature. And he's looking at an airport picture. And he actually behaves just like any old child. He just sits there and he sort of boringly goes through each page and tells us about the things going up and the airplanes and whatever. And then he sees something and it reminds him of a visit that his uncle made. And he starts to tell us that, just like any old kid. Okay.
Goes up, right? That's a ladder that you climb up. That's right. What about this? That's a ramp that you come down. That's a car that's going along. Here's baggage that's going up. That's right. That's an airplane. That's another airplane that flies away. That's a car. What's this? Oh, your uncle. That's right. When your uncle came, and he slept there. That's right, he came in an airplane. And you drove to the airport.
It's not so easy to talk about the non-here and now if you don't have a shared vocabulary. So it took me a while to figure out that this was the uncle's beard and his mustache. I thought it was a good call, that catch, actually. So I meant to say originally that this work was done with Lila Gleitman and Heidi Feldman a long time ago, as you can tell from the quality of the videotapes. They were taken 45 years ago, before most of you were born. Now, home signers are, when we use reel-to-reel, not any of this other stuff. Okay. So home signers exist all over the world. Here's just one other example for you. Here's a deaf child of hearing parents in Taiwan. She's looking at the same book. She picks out a different picture to talk about. It's a picture of a swordfish, and she makes this up. She says the swordfish can pierce you through the heart, and then she does this, which turns out to be a gesture, co-speech gesture, that hearing people use in Taiwan to mean dead. Pierce you through the heart, make you dead, has a long nose, and it swims. Then her little hearing sister comes by to show you how flexible this stuff is. She then says to the sister, it can pierce you through the heart, and it can make you dead. Sibling rivalry it comes out even in home sign.
死掉啦！真的、啊？死掉了。哦，真的、鱼刺。他说的是一个大的，不晓得什么鱼。这个。他说他鼻子尖尖的，他死掉了，已经。
You know, I want to argue these things are symbols, but sometimes they can be used functionally too. And there, it was a little harder than it needed to be to symbolize piercing. But so those are home signers, and this work in China was done with Carolyn Mylander. This turns out to be the picture of the swordfish, to give you some idea of the fantasy that she's creating, which is like what kids do. Okay, so my colleagues and I have been looking at home sign for a really long time, and we've identified a whole bunch of properties that are found in the spoken languages, natural languages, and in the spoken languages and sign languages that children develop over time. It has many properties of language, not all properties of language. It has properties at the sentence level, at the word level, language use. You saw some examples of displaced talk, narrative, whatever. We can quibble over which properties it doesn't have. But what I want to focus on today, actually, are the properties it doesn't have. And I want to do that by going to Nicaragua and looking at Nicaraguan Sign Language, which was developed around 35 years ago when groups of home signers came together for the very first time. And by looking in Nicaragua, we have some chance of figuring out not only what home signers don't have, but maybe why they don't have it. Okay, that's the goal, anyhow. You can tell me whether it's successful. So what home signers do, and I think contribute to us, is it gives us some idea of the skills that individuals, children in many cases, bring to the language learning situation without the benefit of a language model. The other thing that's really interesting about the home sign situation is that it's a very odd communicative situation. These are kids who are creating these structured home signs. They look as you just saw them. But they're living in a sea of hearing people who talk to them all the time, and when they talk, they gesture, and they do this co-speech gesture that I'm doing. It looks really different from the home sign. So what these home signers are producers of the system, but they're not receivers of the system. They're receivers of something, but not receivers of what they're putting out. That's a really different situation, and that changes in NSL1. So in Nicaraguan Sign Language Cohort 1, a bunch of home signers were brought together for the very first time in a school where they basically taught them not so much. They were trying to teach them Spanish, but it gave the children an opportunity to then negotiate their language systems and to perhaps create a system which is they're both producers and receivers of the system, which strikes me, particularly for a conference here talking about processing and communication, it seems like it should be a really big difference, a really big factor in changing the nature of the system. And the question is it? And then finally, the NSL Cohort 2, new individuals are coming into and continue to come into the community, and the languages changes with transmission, as Annie Senges and Mirka Pola have done a lovely job of showing us. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is just to look at linguistic properties across these three cohorts. I have my little drawings to illustrate what I think is really crucial about them. In home sign, what we have is individuals who are sort of encapsulated. They're talking to other people, but they're not getting the stuff back. So it's focused on creation. In NSL1, we have creation with friends. And NSL2 is primarily, it's learning that's really important there, which is a different kind of learning from what's happening in the other situations. Okay, so these are the linguistic properties that I'm going to talk about today. They're not all that well organized. I'll show you why I'm organized them in this way. It'll become apparent as we go through it. But when you look at it at first, it looks like, why are they quartered like this? Okay, so let me start by looking at word order. We asked cohorts, this is work done by Molly Flaherty, it's her dissertation. We asked cohorts, all of these cohorts, to describe scenes with either animate or inanimate patients. Here's an example of the animate patient, very simple, and here's the inanimate patient. Okay, so, they did it. They didn't think it was too weird. So all three groups used these one-verb responses for the inanimate patients. Here goes. Man, wall, touch. Okay, but interestingly, when it's an animate patient, and this was described many years ago by Annie, they use two verbs for animate patients. So here's the animate example, and what he does is, first he does man, the object, woman, punched, and be punched. He does, two punches didn't happen, only one punch happened, but to represent this with an animate patient, they feel the need to have two verbs. Okay, and in fact, all three cohorts do this. It's very clear in NSL2 and in NSL1. The home signers are pretty clear for the inanimate patients, but they're a little smushy for the animate patients. But they do these two verb things. And when they do the inanimate patients, and they have only one verb, it's really easy to analyze for word order. So we've picked the low-hanging fruit, and we've analyzed for word order. And what they tend to do is do SOV, which surprised nobody at this point. The home signers are less clear. They have fewer data points. Here's an example. Actually, you saw an example. That's what this guy did. He did man, wall, punch. Okay. But interestingly, when they don't do it, when they use the dispreferred order, OSV, they tend to use space. So what I've done here is shown you exactly the same graph, but I've put in white when they add space, which can disambiguate the order. And the thing to notice, really, is just that there's hardly any blue there. Whenever they use that dispreferred OSV order, they always use space, or they tend to use space along with it, which disambiguates it. So they use it with the red a little bit too, but it's really important for the blue. And here's an example of OSV where she situates the wall in place, a space. Okay. First she does hard, wall, man, and punch. The man was quick. Okay. So just a few moments, I wasn't going to talk about this, but since Ray and I had that conversation yesterday, I'm now telling you about two verb sentences for animate patients as well. So this is, they use two orders. It feels really chaotic, but in fact there is a pattern there, and there are two patterns that they all use. Either they have NV-NV, or they have NN-VV. Interestingly, when they have NV-NV, it makes sense. They put the object next to its verb and the subject next to its verb, and the object can come first or it can come second. So there's nice ordering that's sort of useful for NV-NV. NN-VV is not at all useful for ordering. It looks like there are two little chunks. You can have SO or OS. You can have V1, V2, or you can have V2, V1. It doesn't really matter. It looks like they're going to like that. So we looked at space, and there it's not quite as clean, but it is certainly the case. For the NNVV, there's more white stuff. There's a bigger proportion of white space for the NNVV, not for the home signers actually, but for everybody else than for the NV-NV. So it's not as chaotic as we first thought. It took Molly a long time to figure this out, but it is there. And here's an example. In fact, you saw this example. He uses space along with his NNVV sentence. So he does man over there, and he does woman over here, which she punches, and he gets punched. So it's pretty clear, actually, the way he does it. Okay. So what I'd like to suggest is that all three groups use word order. The home signers may fall off when we get these animate patients, but we have to look a little bit more. So all groups use SOV for the inanimate patients. Okay, so let's look at marking verbs for agency. This is work done with Laura Horton, Marie Coppola, Annie Sengas, and Diane Rentari. And in ASL and any other sign language, different hand shapes can be used to indicate the same object. And here's an example. For putting down a pen, you can either do an object hand shape and represent what the object looks like, or you can do a putting down hand shape. I'm not doing it right, but she is. That's ASL. For the handling hand shape. So we wanted to see if the signers and home signers use these two hand shapes. So we showed them all different kinds of vignettes. We showed them a no-agent context, where you see a lollipop just sitting there, or an agent context in which somebody put the lollipop down. These are very impressive videos. Okay, so we then asked them to do it. They thought it was not too crazy, and they produced both object and handling hand shapes. Here's an object hand shape. She licks her lollipop, and she puts it down like that. Her handle hand shape, she puts it down like that. Okay, home sign the same. Here's our home signer. Object, and handle, handle. So they all use all hand shapes, but the hand shapes are distributed differently across the two contexts. As you might have guessed, actually. All three of the Nicaraguan groups and ASL, they tend to use the object hand shape in the no-agent context. That actually makes a lot of sense. It's just sitting there. There's the pen or the lollipop. Interestingly, in the agent context, they do use handling, where they never did before, but they also use the object, and often they do it together. So they'll do a handling and then an object hand shape. And in any case, it's sufficient to see, it systematically marks agency, and it does it on the verb. So here again, we find that all three groups have this kind of systematic marking. So grammatical devices, order, and morphological marking are found even in home sign. Does home sign have everything? Well, actually, it doesn't. And one of the things that we found that it doesn't have, this might or might not surprise you, is a stable lexicon. So in this study that we all did, we gave them 4 different objects, and each of those objects was instantiated in 5 different things, 5 different pens, 5 different lollipops, whatever. And we could look to see whether they use the same hand shape in each different instance. Okay, so the question is whether the same members of the same cohort use the same hand shape to identify the same object. Okay, and what we find, not a big surprise, in ASL, it's a language. So what we have here is the proportion of handshapes used by all groups. So I just took and looked all of the handshapes that were used by ASLers and then indicated how many were used by every member of the little group that we had. We only have 4 signers, but it's pretty high proportion, and that should surprise nobody because it's a language. Maybe more surprising, maybe not. Both NSL1 and NSL2 are also pretty stable, consistent. Within the group. NSL1 is probably the most surprising because they're just coming together, but they've had some time to do this here, and they have come together to create a stable lexicon. Maybe more surprising, or maybe not, depending on how you think about it, home signers don't. Now, home signers, of course, don't know one another. They're each living in their own individual home, and so it's sort of not surprising on those grounds. But this is a point that Russell made, too. Iconicity alone might have driven them towards some stability across each other, because how many different ways can you represent a pen? Well, obviously enough so that there's this kind of variability. But they don't have, at least in this data set, a stable lexicon. The other way we looked at this, this is within a group, sort of, is there a community sign language? We also looked at the signers within themselves. So the measure here now is the mean number of different handshapes produced per object. So you want to have few of them if you're going to be consistent within yourself, okay? And ASL has few of them, and NSL2 has few of them, and NSL1 has few of them, and the home signers do not. They are not consistent within themselves, which really does suggest that it's not a very stable lexicon, or at least not as stable as the lexicon is for NSL1 and NSL2 and ASL. Okay, so a community, or at least receiving and producing your input, together, may be essential to establish a lexicon, and that might not surprise anybody, and it's certainly along the lines of Russell's talk earlier. But what I find sort of interesting, that this same community or give and take isn't essential for these more grammatical devices of ordering and morphology to mark who does what to whom in this emerging system. So we can get these grammatical devices without a stable lexicon, and that might be surprising to some people. Okay, so this just graphically or tabularly represents the fact that the home signers fall off here, okay? The question that I was really interested in, though, is whether there are any linguistic properties found in cohort 2 that are not found in either cohort 1 or home sign. Because these properties are potentially interesting in the sense that they're not part of the creative repertoire that children bring with them to the situation. But having a partner to create the system also isn't sufficient. So it isn't that big communicative push that you get, and they require learning. Okay, so we have identified one property, and there are others, there are many others, I'm sure, but this is one, marking verbs for plurality. So we looked at how these individuals just mark more than one by giving them a bunch of things and seeing how they represent them. This is a bunch of cups, and not surprisingly, they can do it by repeating the sign. Discrete repetition, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, okay. And, that's what they do, and it's roughly accurate. They're particularly accurate when they get small numbers. When they get to bigger numbers, they start getting approximate, as you heard yesterday in the number sessions. But they have another device, too. It's indicating plural by doing this sort of smushy thing. Ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba. Watch out. Okay, which we've called a plural marker for a number of reasons, but one of the important ones is that this thing is used whether there are 3 items there, whether there are 5 items there, whether there are 10 items there, whether there are 2 items there. It's just used to mean a bunch. And the question is whether it's used in the same way as this more discrete marker. Okay, so we looked at how the plural is used in 2 contexts. Again, the no agent context, where there are a bunch of pens just sitting there, and then the agent context, where we methodically have a hand come in and put down each and every pen. Okay, good. So the same team was doing this, Laura Horton and Marie Coppola and Annie and Diane Brentari. And what we found is that in the no agent context, all of the groups, home sign, NSL1 and NSL2, use both of those plural forms. They use the discrete form, boom, 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 and they also do the form in the no agent context. But interestingly, when you look at the agent context, the home signers fall off. They don't extend it. They don't generalize it. I think it sort of breaks their iconicity. It doesn't work as well for an agent context. And they don't do it. They clearly can do it, but they don't do it in this context. We also find that NSL1 doesn't do it. The only group that does it is NSL2. So what this suggests here is that it's only when home sign is transmitted, or NSL2 is NSL1 is transmitted to the next generation, when it's learned that this plural marker is generalized. This is a property that doesn't benefit from having a shared give and take. It needs to be learned in order to be part of the system. So I've represented that here by showing you that these are properties that aren't done by the home sign or by NSL cohort 1. Okay, so that's our picture. That's why I actually ordered them in this way. I also want to spend a little bit of time telling you about an experimental approach that we've been taking, which is not foreign to many of you, to the problem of language creation, and that is to use silent gestures. So what would happen if we tell speakers to just create gestures on the spot? Shut up and gesture, okay? The question is whether these silent gestures will take on these linguistic properties, and if so, which ones? So we did this initially, this is a while ago now. We asked speakers of 4 different languages to just shut up and describe scenes. Here's an example scene. There's a captain swinging a pail. They're very graphic. Okay. So when we asked them first to describe the stuff in speech, and then we asked them to shut up and do it in their gestures. When they described it in speech, not a surprise to anybody, they used their language. And the language that they used had the order that is used in their own languages, in English, Spanish, Turkish, and Chinese. But when they did it in gesture, they all switched, no matter what language they spoke, and they used SOV. So here's an example of an English speaker. What she does, she's talking about the captain who's swinging the pail. She does captain, pail, and then swing. She does a little extra swing, too. Okay. So, like, for good measure. Okay. So that's Captain Pail swing. Here it is in the Turkish speaker. He points at the picture of the captain to convey captain, and then does pail and swing. Point, pail, swing. Here's our Spanish speaker. He's talking about a different picture. He says, one boy, and then cup and tilt to mouth. One boy, cup, tilt to mouth. And then finally, our Chinese speaker does girl, box, and cover. Girl by hair. Okay. So here are the data. You can see in the speech columns, they use the language, their own language. In the gesture, they're all pretty much the same. And this is work done by Wing-Chi So and Asli Arzurek and Carol Mylander. Okay, so we thought maybe this order might be in response to communicative pressure from the listener. So we figured one way to do this, to figure that out, is just get rid of the listener. So we gave all of these people, or actually a different set of people, a non-communicative task to see if we get a similar order or whether the order would go away. So this is what we came up with. So speakers saw the same little vignettes, and then they were given little transparencies of the pieces of the vignette. So for example, they were given that little thing to represent swinging, that red thing to represent the pail, and that other blue-purple thing to represent the captain. And all they were told to do is just reconstruct the scene for us. So basically, they had to stack the transparencies on a little hook. Okay. And when you stack them, they look like this. But they look like that no matter how you stack them. They're transparent. So you can put the captain first, you can put the swing first, whatever. So they didn't have to pick them up in a particular order, but they did. And the interesting thing is that the order they used was SOV in a non-communicative context. So they picked up the S, and then they picked up the O, and picked up the... And we didn't actually array them in that way. They were all smushy around the page. We were better than that. Okay. All right. So speakers of all 4 languages stacked their transparencies according to the SOV order, and then those other orders are much less frequent. This isn't about gesture. It's not about communication. It's something deeper. Now, what is a little unclear? This SOV order has been replicated many, many times by people actually in this audience, looking at a lot of different languages, speakers of different languages, but importantly, only for inanimate patients. And our study, for the most part, I think almost all of them were inanimate patients. So the interesting question is what happens now when you have animate patients, and as many people have shown, all hell breaks loose. and you move away from SOV, maybe toward SVO, or maybe towards some other mushy stuff. But one interesting question now to ask is whether they're using this VV construction more, or whether they're hearing people do that, or whether they don't. In either way, it would be interesting, as I'm about to tell you. Okay, so SOV is the predominant order, it turns out, in emerging sign languages like ABSL. So there is some sort of face validity to this SOV that's happening both in this silent gesture condition and in the home sign condition. So word order is a linguistic property that can be found in silent gesture, but it turns out silent gesture doesn't contain them all, which probably surprises no one since we're asking people to do it on the spot with no training, but they do have a language. So silent gesture does not contain a marker for plurality, right? This bup, don't do it. So this is the same graph you saw before for home sign, NSL1 and NSL2 in a no agent plural context. The silent gestures do represent plurality. They do it in that discrete way, bum, 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 but they don't do the plural. They don't do it in a no-agent context, and they don't do it in an agent context. So they just don't do it. That's one thing that we only find in our home signers. And remember, of course, that our home signers are limited too, because they don't do it, they don't extend it to an agent context. So there's more development to do, but the silent gestures aren't even on the developmental trajectory here. Okay, so what we find is that ordering nouns and verbs is there in all of the groups, including the silent gestures, but marking plurality on the verbs is not there in silent gesture. So is that something that we should take seriously? I think maybe yes. Silent gestures are created, silent gesturers are creating their communications on the spot, as I just said. They haven't had time to become a system. And the differences between silent gesture and home sign could be the difference between a set of unrelated heuristics and a system. So the home signers really do have something that one might call a linguistic system, whereas the silent gestures still have unrelated heuristics. We can give them more time, but in the time that they have, it's not clear what the status, I guess what I'm really saying, it's not clear what the status of this word order is that we're finding. It's robust. It keeps getting replicated. It's there. But what does it mean is the interesting question. So my hypothesis these days is that the properties that silent gestures do introduce, like order, into their silent gestures may reflect heuristics for conveying ideas, but not be part of a linguistic system, whereas the properties that they do not introduce are part of a true underlying linguistic system that we are finding in home sign. Okay, so just to remind you, that's true of part 1 and part 2, but the home signers still have a ways to go. They haven't finished their development. They can use this plural marker, but they can't use it in a fully systemic way in the way that the NSL2 guys do. Okay, so just let me conclude. I think I've convinced you, or I hope I've convinced you, that the seeds of linguistic structure can be found in home sign. You can see it there just from having an individual come to the situation and try to express himself without a community, really. But the complexity, that's the signature of language, may need to be passed down from generation to generation. What would be really lovely is to try to figure out what's the signature of these properties. Which are the properties that really need to be passed down from generation to generation? Is there something linguistically and or psychologically coherent about properties that home signers can't bring to the situation and that need that learning step in order to get there? Okay? And the final point I want to leave you with is just that silent gesture isn't as linguistic as home sign, which is sort of interesting because the creators of silent gesture have a language. They have English, they have Spanish, they have Turkish, they have a language, and they're not doing as much as the home signers are doing. So I think that's sort of an interesting thought for you to end on. Okay, so I want to thank my many collaborators and thank you for listening.
Hi, Susan, that was great. I have a comment and a question. The first is a plug for Mark Caranda's poster tonight.
Who's right behind you?
Okay, forget that, I'll let him talk. But my question is that you made the argument that it was the second generation of NSL that was learning the plural, And I wanted to understand where you thought they were learning it from if the first generation wasn't doing the plural, or do you think it comes from some?
Right, I mean, it's learning in the sense that they have a model off of which to work. And they're clearly adding to it, right? I mean, they have the NSA. So what's
And what is that adding to?
God,
Yeah.
you know, right, okay. What is that? If we could all figure out what that is. I mean, why did they generalize it in that way? I don't know. I mean, it seems clear that you can't make the leap from plural to both of these contexts without having an intermediate step of getting it in the no-aging context before you can extend it. But why? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Annie has some great ideas. Do you have any great ideas? Where are you? You're somewhere here. There you are. I mean, I don't think we know. Do we know? Anything. Well, right, any struggle, well, and particularly the next generation. But you can also ask it about these artificial language learning situations where people are changing things. Now, often they're just tweaking them. They're changing frequency. This is a little bit of a tweak. It's an extension to a new context. So I think we just have to figure out what is the underlying generality or commonality across these situations. Right. I mean, it's starting from something, which is the crucial difference. It has something from which to start. And you can't just go from nothing to get here. You have to have this. Right. Okay.
Hi. So I'm Mark Aranda. I'm at UW-Madison. I'm interested in, throughout your talk, there's a lot of observations about the systematicity that emerges on top, scaffold directly on top of the iconicity itself. So, for example, the classifier distinction of using this as a pen versus picking it up is an affordance that is given to you by the hand itself. So my question is, what's the degree to which those kinds of systematic developments, which are brought to bear by the material that you use to communicate the language, the iconicity of the hands, to something like spoken language, where the iconicity can't help you disambiguate in the same manner?
So in what context? I mean, in the context of language evolution, or in the context of language learning, or in the context...
I take the meta story here to be examples of, iteration and communication to bring about these sort of systematic processes.
Changes.
So the extent to which these are also true in spoken languages, are they being built up the same way? Because it seems these all hinge on what the hands can and can't do. Or the visual manual modality.
Okay, so the home signers are sort of in a bind here, because this is a communicative situation. They are trying to, and if they don't stick to iconicity, they're screwed, because nobody is going to understand them. So they have to do that. So we don't actually know how much this whole process is tied to iconicity aside from that. Now, there is iconicity also in spoken language, and there's a team in England, Gabriella Vigliocco, who's trying to really push that argument. You can have iconicity in the words long. It's a really long day.
Sure.
And those are supposed to be used more for kids. We have co-speech gesture. So there's iconicity in the story for spoken language too, but it's not the same. I mean, it's not playing the same role. I would agree with that.
Right.
Yeah.
So just to maybe hone the question then, so maybe in the evolution of the Nicaraguan Sign Language, when you see, these emergent structures coming about, they still, on some level, feel like they're scaffolded on the manual visual modalities. So do you feel, would you predict that it extends to spoken languages as well, or does it depend on that?
Well, it's hard to even think about this, because you can't put two people down and have them create a spoken language. I mean, I've actually thought about it and thought really hard whether you could do it.
I think,
how much time do you want to spend?
Right.
So it's a hypothetical question that almost can't get off the ground. I think it's an interesting question.
Okay, so I guess, sorry. What's the analogy then? What's the takeaway if it depends on the iconicity?
Okay, so as I said, I'm not sure how much it depends on the iconicity.
Okay.
We got iconicity there inevitably because of the communicative situation. I think the interesting question is which properties are robust, and if we can figure out a systematic description of the properties that come in at first that people can just introduce into their system, as opposed to the properties that need maybe a community, but at least learning, that would be of interest and can be checked out in more spoken language contexts.
Great. Thanks so much.
Okay. I'll try to make this short. I was just wondering if there was sorry, my name's Laura Moret. I'm currently at Yale, but I'm moving to the University of Alabama. And I was just wondering, in terms of plurality, I was wondering, are there other structures that you think, or that you've observed that users of this Nicaraguan Sign Language have to learn? So, I mean, for example, wouldn't it stand to reason they have to do something like this with grammaticality markers or something of that nature that also has to be learned?
Right, we don't know what, I mean, this is the only context in which we've looked at it thus far. And it's of interest that they do generalize this property. We're still trying to figure out how they do it and what they're doing. We're now sort of looking at it in the context of so what we think is happening is that there's this handle point combination that gets treated as a unit and that gets pluralized. But right now it looks really messy. So we just have to figure out what's going on. I don't know how generalizable it is. I don't know what other, I mean, the Diane Brentari is very interested in that question, sort of how does agency and plurality come together in a nice, neat, clean system. We haven't figured out what the nice, neat, clean system is yet, but I think it is there. I do.
Thank you.
I promise I could do this in one sentence. This is about Mary Ellen's question. What about just construing of this as a context where you're taking a device that you learned to individuate objects, right, and to quantify over objects, you're reconstruing events as individuals, which builds upon objects as individuals, and that's what the input is and why it takes longer.
Why it takes longer to do this. Okay,
Yeah.
that certainly could be true, but, you know, I mean, hearing people are there already, right? Silent gestures have that
Sure,
conception.
but you have to linguistically individuate
Right,
and then.
that's right. I mean, they just have the cognitive skills. So they don't seem to apply it in this manual modality, whereas they do other things, right? They do order. You know,
I was addressing a slightly different question, which
Oh,
is
sorry.
where could it come from and why would it be later, right, than doing it for the objects?
got it, okay, thanks. Okay.
All right, so you already have everything. So it's from Shota Moma, Yashina Bowen, and Victor Ferreira. Shota is doing the presentation.
All right, thank you for having me here. So when you speak, your mouth spits out the word sequentially from left to right or beginning to the end. That's just obvious fact. But does the order in which your mouth moves correspond to the order in which your mind creates those words? And I'm going to say no to that question. Okay? So back in 1951, Carl Ashley at Harvard observed that when you speak, any sequential behavior, including sentence productions, involves some kind of central plan. So this is in response to the behavioral tradition, a behaviorist tradition of the sentence production view, where they think that the sentence production is a chain of stimulus and responses. So your own word serves as a stimulus to say the next word as a response, right? But Carl Ashley argued against that view, saying that it's controlled by the central plan. You have some kind of plan of the sentence. And there are 50 years of research afterwards that shows that this is basically right. But we know very little about the nature and how that sentence plan develops over time as we actually speak. So this talk is gonna be devoted to making two claims about the nature and the time course of that sentence plan. First is that the sentence plan unfolds non-sequentially. Non-linearly. It doesn't correspond to the surface order of the sentence. And the second claim is that the order in which you prepare a word in a sentence in your mind is mediated by the linguistic structures, specifically argument structures, in a very subtle way. Okay? So if you take a look at the sentence production models out there, most of the model, I would assume that really most of the model are assuming something that you might call linearity assumptions. So this assumption is essentially saying that when you are planning your sentence, you plan a word in your sentence from beginning to the end. Right? That's a very intuitive way of capturing your intuitions. You can formalize it in several ways, and even in the hierarchical model of sentence production that is basically held, right? So this is a hierarchical model of sentence. I can't point to it. But you prepare some kind of frame of a sentence, but you insert the word sequentially from left to right. Okay? I'm going to argue against this view, but how do we study planning? I mean, planning is not the overt behavior, and this is basically like a mind-reading problem. So we want to know whether a speaker is actually thinking about something, and that's hard, right? So I have to introduce some experimental technique that tries to read your mind as you speak, okay? This is what's called picture-word interference paradigm, but this is not exactly the paradigm that I'm going to introduce, but this is the paradigm that I'm using is based on this paradigm, so let me introduce this first. Okay? So your task in this paradigm is that you name a picture as soon as possible. So you say cat, right? But sometimes I do something mean to you by presenting something like dog, right? And this is slowing you down. Like, I mean, it's very intuitive. It's like a Stroop effect. You get confused and you slow down. Compared to when you have something like pen, which is usually not related to cat, right? And if you compare the onset latency of that speech relative to the onset of the picture, you get the difference. And that difference is called semantic interference effect. Okay, so this is very basic observations, but how does this tell you about the sentence planning? So you can actually extend this paradigm to a more complex sentence production task, and you can present, for instance, an array of objects and have people say something like, the table is next to the cat, right? So given this picture, it's reasonable to say something like that. And at the same time, you present something like dog, just like before. But the core of this logic is that this dog is systematically related to a cat, which is the very end of the sentence. And if you do obtain a semantic interference effect at the beginning of the sentence, that means you actually are thinking or retrieving a word dog at the beginning of the sentence, right? So you can basically probe the look ahead of the what's upcoming later in your sentence, okay? And you can further extend this extended PWI to create an extended PWI paradigm, okay? So basic idea is that what you do is basically exactly the same actually, but you can actually not only measure the onset, which most people usually do, but measure the duration of each word. And you can do this by applying an algorithm called text-to-speech alignment. So you don't need a 10 RA to do this. So you can actually just have your computer do it for you. And you can measure the duration of each word, and it's possible that you get the interference effect at the beginning of the sentence, or it's possible that you get the interference effect later in the sentence. And the timing at which you get the interference effect should correspond to the timing at which you try to retrieve the word cat. Okay? And you can further extend this extended PWI paradigm to a sentence production, like actual sentence production paradigm. I mean, the last one is actual sentence production as well, but this is involving description of event, right? So you can present a picture like those, and you can have people say a sentence like the doctor is floating as a response to the top picture, or you can have people say the doctor is sleeping for the bottom of the pictures. And what I keep finding in the previous study, this is not the current study, but previous study, is that when there are two kinds of verbs, intransitive verbs. One kind being what's called unaccusative. I know that this terminology makes no sense, but this verb is basically subject is like object. Subject is like object in some sense, right? Or a negative verb, which also doesn't make much sense, is subject is a subject, right? So the diagnostic of those kind of verbs, you can find an alternation of this verb. You can make this a transitive, basically, but you can't make this a transitive, right? Those are the two kinds of verbs. And if you do the extended PWI paradigm by distracting the verb of this sentence, what you get is an interesting pattern where you see an onset interference selectively for the unaccusative sentences. That means that you selectively plan an unaccusative verb before you start saying the unaccusative sentence, but you don't plan a sleep when you try to say unarguative sentences. And if you measure that's the onset interference, but if you measure the duration of the rest of the parts before the verb happens, you get the opposite pattern. So that was a previous study showing that there's a contrast in terms of the timing of when you plan two different kinds of verbs. And when you have to say something like object, you seems to be planning verb ahead of time. Okay? So the current question is non-linearity of the plan. And what I'm gonna, let me unpack why I think that happens, that contrast happens. The reason I think the contrast happens is that there's some kind of stronger dependency between object noun and the verb that is stronger than the relationship dependency between subject and the verb, which is a canonical, that's a usual observation in linguistic theory. And I have independent evidence from Japanese that before you say the surface object, you seems to be planning the verb ahead of time. And because unaccusative subject is basically like object, you seems to be planning a verb ahead of time selectively when you're saying unaccusative sentence, right? All right, so how can we use this paradigm, this effect to probe the sequence of the planning when you speak? So I combine the object array type description task and the sentence description type task to create something like the following. So you see a picture, you can't really see it, but in this picture actually the snail is melting, right? You can't see it really in the projector, but I can see it here. But as a response to this picture, you can have people say something like, the snail below the table is melting, right? And the core of this sentence is that, the main point of this sentence is that the verb occurs after the adjunct modifying the subject. And I can interfere the verb and the adjunct noun here separately to see whether the effect of the interference on the verb precede the effect of interference on the noun. This is a kind of full design. So this is actually, you can't really see it again, but this is octopus boiling. So the octopus is boiling, right? And this is octopus is swimming, right? I'm not particularly proud of this verb. It's kind of violent, but this is actually the point because unaccusative verbs tend to have subjects that's affected, right? And you have to have something like some verbs that affects the subject, right? So in the response to the picture to the left, you say something like the octopus below the spoon is boiling. So you're asked to describe something that's pointed by the red arrow. Or you can say something like the octopus below the lemon is swimming. And you can either present something like this, in which case you distract a verb. So melt and boil are related to each other in some sense. Or you can present run, which is related to swim. Okay? Or you can do something like knife. So you have to say spoon, but seeing knife at the same time is distracting. Or peach when you have to say lemon. And notice again, just to emphasize, the spoon occurs before boil. Lemon occurs before swim. Okay? And the prediction is that based on the previous finding about the relationship between when you plan a verb and argument structure of the verb, I predict that when you have to use an accusative verb, and if you see a distractor that's related to that verb, you get the interference at the beginning of the sentence. but you get the interference for the noun later in the sentence. And there's no reason to assume that the timing of the noun interference is different between two cases, but I predict that when you have to use unarguable verbs, you plan the verb at the very end of the sentence. So the planning of the noun is sandwiched by those two different kinds of verbs. That's the predictions. And let's take a look at the data. So this is the data now, and this is a region by region durations or the time spent for each regions. I concatenated onset and the because people can actually start saying the before seeing the picture. But that's consistent with the previous study, actually. And if you measure the interference effect, so if you see the plot that's going up, that means that you get the interference. Going down, that means you get facilitations. And for the unaccusative verb, so that's when you have to say boil, you get the interference at the beginning of the sentence. This is just a replication of the previous study. And you don't get the interference effect by seeing the word like, when you are saying unarguable verbs. And the difference of the difference is significant. Okay? And if you take a look at the noun interference, you get an interference around where you have to say below or above, actually. There are sometimes below and above cases. Right. So the summary of the experiment 1 is that you seems to be planning verb selectively before the subject, selectively when you have to say unaccusative sentences. And adjunct noun that's modifying the subject is planned later, around when you have to say prepositions of that phrase. Okay? So this is the evidence for the nonlinear planning. The last thing is planned before something in the middle. But like you may have probably noticed that where is a narrative effect? I mean, we didn't see the interference for the unarguable verb in the experiment 1, so where did it go? One of the possible reasons is that maybe the distractor is presented too early so that the effect goes away, and the unarguable verb is planned so late that the effect of the distractor disappeared before you need to plan an unarguable verb. So that's a possibility. In the experiment 2, does the exact same thing as experiment 1, except that you present distractor slightly later. So that will test this possibility, basically. So this is the exact same representation. The task is exactly the same. The distractor is presented a little later. And what you see is that you get an effect for the verb interference for the unarguable right around here when you are saying spoon, and you don't see anything for the unarguable. I mean, there may be something here, but I'm not confident. And you get the same pattern for the noun. When you see a noun distractor, you are disrupted in the middle of the sentence. Okay? So this is kind of the summary of the 3 experiments. In experiment 1, you see interference very early on for the unaccusative sentence. And you see the semantic interference effect very late for the unarguable sentence. And across the experiment, you see an interference effect for the noun in the middle of the sentence. So this is clearly showing the non-linearity of the planning. Right, so 2 points, unaccusative and unarguable verbs have a distinct time course of planning. That's clear from the result. And the unaccusative verbs are planned before the adjunct noun head, which in turn is planned before the unarguable verbs. Right. So there's some complex pattern sequence of planning a sentence. So sentence plan unfolds linearly. So those evidence clearly shows that sentence plan unfolds linearly and in a way that's sensitive to the argument structure of the verb. So basically there's a complex relationship between your mouth and your mind, and that relationship is mediated by a linguistic structure that you don't necessarily see on the surface. That's all I got.
Hi, this was great. Laurel Brem, Penn State. One thing I really like about these findings is that for scenes that are less clear than what you have, where the verb may define what you should call the subject, whether there is an overt subject, so defining this unergative, unaccusative distinction in the first place, or is it an active-passive type alternation? All these problems can be solved by saying, oh, you plan the verb first, and that gives you a hook to plan the rest of the sentence. So I think this is super cool. It's not really a question, but a comment. Maybe a question would be, how do you think that the clarity of the event description would play into your story?
Say that again.
So if you have, rather than the octopus is boiling, the snail is melting, something like, I don't know, like a running, fleeing action. So either the dog is chasing the cat, or the cat is being chased by the dog.
So the prospective.
Yeah, something like that.
Verb, yeah.
Something with an alternation to it. Yeah. How do you think that meshes with this?
I mean, I haven't thought about it and I haven't done it.
Sure.
But so what I'm claiming here is actually that agent have some kind of conceptual independence from the verb root, and somehow you can actually start saying the agent without thinking about the verb, right? And in the perspective taking type verbs, I mean, you may select an agent based on some kind of saliency or something like that. And, and I would predict based on the story that I told that you can start saying the subject without choosing the verb.
Right, that makes sense. So like your hand is forced a little bit or something like that. That's really cool. Thank you.
I'm Ryan Rhodes from University of Delaware. I love this study. I love all these studies about speech planning. But I'm wondering if there's a way to rescue linear planning by invoking movement, right? So there's this idea that the subject in an unaccusative starts as the object of the verb and then moves out. So thinking like old terms of like deep structure, there is a linear order where the verb precedes the subject, whereas in the unergative case, the subject precedes the verb. So
in the deep structures. I mean, by linear, I mean the linear structure of the output.
Okay.
Right. So, I mean, if you want to define linearity in that way, sure. I mean, we can say this planning is linear in terms of the verb deep structure sense. But
so, do you think that these results correspond with the possibility that you are performing that kind of movement action during speech planning?
I don't want to make a commitment.
I will neither confirm nor deny.
Sorry.
Oh, am I next?
Yeah, I think you're next.
Oh, okay. So Laurel asked one question that I had. I just want to emphasize that checking the complexity of the descriptions and the object recognition, I think, is important. But the other point I wanted to make was that I think you could have really good evidence for these claims from relative clauses in languages in which the head follows the relative clause. So we see in Japanese and Korean and Mandarin, where the relative clause comes before the head, that properties of the head affect the syntax of the relative clause that people produce. And so it must be that people are identifying and planning, at least at some conceptual level, the head before they are planning the relative clause. Otherwise, you wouldn't see those effects.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not entirely sure if that kind of advanced planning is reflecting something analogous here.
Because, not sure because?
Because, for instance, semantic interference effect usually is thought of as lemma retrieval, right? Affecting lemma retrieval. And what I'm claiming is that not only the conceptual structure of the verb, but also the argument structure, the grammatical feature of the verb is retrieved before articulation of the subject in the unaccusable cases. And in case of relative clause, it's not clear if you have to retrieve the lemma of the noun head, right? I mean, it's possible that you can actually just do it conceptually. You have some conceptual idea about what you are saying.
Right. So I guess the issue for you is what constitutes planning.
Yeah.
Is this go all the way to retrieval or phonological encoding or whatever?
Yeah.
But there's clearly something going on that's not nonlinear there.
Right. And also at the relative clause level, relative clause processing, I think it's also possible that you actually have to plan the whole thing too. Like, I don't think there's any evidence showing that the relative clause head is planned in exclusion of something in the middle in the relative clause. And what I show is exactly that. So yeah, I think there's many things that needs to be explored between the relationship between this kind of finding and the relative growth type finding. Yeah, thank you.
Hi. So I'm all on board and curious about the results with respect to the notion that you're retrieving argument structure, that argument structure might affect sentence planning. That makes complete sense to me. I'm always a little bit more wary, though, when it gets cashed out in terms of an unaccusative, unergative distinction, right? Because that's really a pretty strong commitment to there either being some form of movement or to there really just being two kinds of thematic roles that get assigned to the subjects of verbs. And neither of those claims are ones I'm particularly comfortable with. So I guess I want to know how much I have to change my view of the world to incorporate these results. And one of the things that would really help me is if you would flash your verbs up on the screen. Do you got them? Your verbs.
Mm-hmm.
Can I see your verbs?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. No. All your verbs. All your verbs. Do you have all your verbs?
Oh, the list of the stimuli?
Yeah.
No, I don't have one.
Can I ask you a question just about your verbs, right? So I'm just trying to figure out how broad a generalization should be tempted to draw here, right? The most narrow generalization I would want to draw on the basis of what you told me so far is that this is about causal change of state alternators and manner of motion verbs. Would that be an accurate generalization?
So I actually have a data that's speaking to that point. So I actually have two previous studies investigating Japanese SV and OV sentences. And active and passive sentence in English, right? So in the Japanese...
Yeah, but there I'm comfortable with there being subjects and objects, right? So that's actually not going to get at what I'm curious about.
No, what I'm saying is that the Japanese subject-verb sequence and object-verb sequence and object-verbs behave like an accusative and appear
right.
presumably...
I'm trying to figure out the category of things that they behave like, whether I should call that category of things unaccusatives or whether I should call that causal alternators in English.
Yeah, but OV is not alternating.
Yeah, that's not the part that I'm arguing about. The part that I'm arguing about is how far of a category do I have to draw in English to make it equivalent to the object. I would not be at all surprised to find that the subject of a causal alternator behaves like an object in Japanese. I might be much more surprised with non-alternating verbs, right? Like arrive is supposed to be an unaccusative verb. That would start to startle me a little bit more.
Yeah.
Or I might, if I wanted to take the first questioner's point and drive it home, I might say, golly gee whiz, it's really easy to pull out manner of motion from these kinds of pictures. So I'd want to know if that category is much broader as well. Mm-hmm. So with your stimuli, were they those narrow categories?
I mean, so as I said, like this is not the only study that I did, and there are like various pictures involved in this. And one of the study was investigating active and passive, which has the exact same pictures. Right. Okay. So that means that picture, and I get the exact same result, like passive behaving like.
I can take it offline then. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's yeah.
Yeah, so we probably are running out of time, but just to follow up on Jesse's point, because I was thinking along similar lines. You stated in a very neutral way, which I appreciated, that the idea that the subject argument and the verb are more closely connected in unaccusatives. And that might be what's causing the effect. I think that's what Jesse is hinting at. That's would be my guess too. So that if you said he arrived or the octopus arrived, you might not get the effect because the octopus is easily understandable, interpretable, conceptualized independently of the arriving, even though arrive is an unaccusative verb. Yeah. And that would decide between a syntactic account and a conceptual account.
I mean, I'm not sure if that actually distinguish syntactic account and conceptual account. It does distinguish between what the underlying cause is and whether it's necessary to have a transitive alternations. But I mean, arrive is also assumed to be derived syntactically from the object to the subject positions.
That's right. So you predict a delay, and I would predict it wouldn't get a delay because if it's conceptual. So
yeah, that's a
right.
next follow-up step, I would say.
Great.
Yeah, that's informative. Yeah.
Okay, let's thank the speaker. So the next talk, this is true collaborative work from 23 researchers. So in the APA style, it's Newland et al. And Monty Newland is going to present.
start? All right. Hi, everyone. So today, prediction, and I'm going to define that as a context-based pre-activation for the purpose of this talk. And this is often posited as an integral and maybe inevitable part of language comprehension that makes us comprehend language quickly and incrementally and efficiently. And under the strong prediction view, this pre-activation actually occurs at multiple levels of linguistic representation, from meaning to grammar to word form, including phonology. Right? And the best known example of this pre-activation of phonology is from the DeLong, Urbach, and Kutas study from 2005. What they did, they showed participants read sentences one word at a time that had article-noun combinations like a kite or an airplane. And what they found is that the offline established probability or a close probability of these articles, but also at the nouns, was correlated with the N400 activity elicited by these words. So larger close probability leads to more positive or less negative N400s. Right, so they argued that basically people predict the word kite, but if you get the article an, this is incompatible with the word kite, and this leads to sort of a disconfirmation of the prediction, and this leads to a processing cost that you can see in the N400. Okay, and they argued that this is they had the clearest evidence to date for a strong prediction, because they measured at function words that themselves don't really have any meaning. They measured at articles before the noun, so there's no processes elicited by the noun in that signal. And they argued that because of how the article manipulation works, they had evidence for prediction of specific word form, not just the meaning or grammar of words, as was shown in other studies.
Could you move it closer to the microphone, please?
Sorry. Stand like this. And the other important innovation, I think, was that they didn't just look at high and low articles, but they had sort of a close range, and they argued that this. Okay, yeah, thanks. They argued this was evidence for graded pre-activation, so not an all-in-one process. Okay, this study is quite well known. It's cited in all the authoritative reviews, and it's getting, with the expanding field of prediction, this is getting more and more citations, etc., etc. But how strong is the evidence for this effect actually? So I don't know of any published successful replication of this study. There are various studies that have used this manipulation, published also by the DeLong group, but where they don't report the activity. And there are a few studies that have also used a similar manipulation, but maybe with close probability as a categorical variable, and they have sort of led to mixed results. So we thought that this study really deserves a dedicated replication, and we did that in a sort of a multi-lab approach. So 9 labs, each with a sample size as large as the original. We asked the authors for their sentences for direct replication, so we got American sentences which we adapted to UK English, and did a new close test, and presented them in the same way as the original. So this was the main experiment. We also had a control experiment and 2 neuropsychological studies, but I won't discuss those today. Now, because we didn't want to be accused of making the effect, trying analyses to make the effect appear or disappear, we decided to pre-register all our analyses and pre-processing steps with the Open Science Framework. You can either see the link on the screen, you can see all the details on the website. Basically, we did the pre-processing as closely as following DeLong et al. As closely as possible. We did the replication analysis that they also used, basically binning all the trials into closed bins of 10%, and averaging the trials in that bin, and then averaging all the subjects so that you end up with 10 data points per EEG channel. In our case, we do that for the lab separately. right? So you have a correlation, you correlate the EEG activity then with the average close probability within that bin. So you get a Pearson's R for each channel. Now, but that analysis basically disregards variance at the subject and the level, but also subject and item, but also at the level of the bin, because bins don't have the same number of trials. So we decided to also do a single trial analysis with linear mixed effects model. We used slightly different pre-processing steps and then extracted the average voltage based on a spatial temporal region of interest based on the original. Right, so we tested for effects of lab and of close probability, but since lab didn't generate any statistical or significant effects, I won't report them here. Okay, the replication analysis, you can see the results. But you're looking at the scalp distribution of the Pearson's R, and every electrode that showed a significant effect at P05 is marked by a star. Right, so for the nouns on the right, you can see in most of the labs you see a clear effect, a positive correlation, meaning larger close values lead to more positive or less negative N for hundreds, as DeLong et al. Found. But for the articles, we don't see that effect at all. We see, in fact, most of the labs showed something in slightly the opposite direction, and there's one lab, lab 2, that shows an effect in the expected direction, but a small one and only in some frontal channels are not typical N for 100 channels. Okay, single trial analysis. So this is just to show you, and this is the way that the original authors also plotted their results. You can see here a clear N for 100 effect for high versus low close nouns on the right, but not such a clear effect for the articles. Right, so this is the statistical result for the single trial analysis. No significant effect for the articles, but a significant effect for the noun. Very strong effect. And what you can see here is the amplitude plotted as a function of close probability with the number of observations reflecting the size of the circle. We then also performed some exploratory Bayesian analyses to gather some support for the null hypothesis, right? That there's no effect of close on article N for hundreds. So for the replication analysis, we did a Bayes factor analysis for correlations, and we tried with and without the original study results as priors. And what we saw is strong evidence for the null hypothesis for the articles, and what's labeled as extreme evidence for the nouns. This is official classification. And we also did a Bayesian mixed effects model analysis using, again, the priors of DeLong, and again, same pattern of a sort of a failure and success for the articles and the nouns. Okay, so we have a 9-lab direct replication with more than 300 subjects. We failed to replicate the article effect. We successfully replicated the noun effect. Right? We did this in a pre-registered replication analysis, a pre-registered single trial analysis, and also the exploratory Bayesian analyses. So we conclude that this article effect that DeLong reported might be either non-existent or so small that you can't detect it in such a large study that we had, let alone in a typical psycholinguistic experiment. Now, because DeLong et al.'s results are often taken as evidence or support for phonological pre-activation, for the strong prediction view, and maybe even for prediction through production, the claim that we're making is, well, we shouldn't cite these results and cite results from this manipulation as evidence for those frameworks. Those frameworks need to look elsewhere for support, right? Now, we're not saying, we're not making a case against prediction altogether. And in fact, well, we do think that at this point, maybe there's not very convincing evidence yet for phonological pre-activation, at least during reading. But our results also don't exclude that kind of phenomenon, right? And this is important to realize how the article manipulation works. Those articles are diagnostic of the initial phoneme of the next word, so they don't say anything about whether the predicted noun would occur at all. right? And this is unlike gender marked articles like in Spanish or in Dutch, which have been used to show prediction in other studies. So the manipulation only really works if people are actually predicting the position of the noun, right? So this opens alternative explanations. So maybe people aren't actually predicting the position of the noun. So if you look at corpus data from American and British English, you can see that there's actually only 1/3 chance that an article like a or an is followed by a noun. So you could say maybe it's not a very viable strategy to start using or to use those articles to disconfirm a noun. Alternatively, maybe people do predict the position, but when they get to the article, they revise the predicted position, but this doesn't have to lead to an N for 100 effect. Maybe it's only the revision of a predicted meaning that leads to such an effect. Right? In both these alternative cases, you can say maybe people predict something, but they're not letting go the prediction if they don't really have to. Okay, so what we think this suggests, maybe we need to think about a more limited role for prediction and language comprehension. Maybe about the content, about what is pre-activated, or about the routine fashion with which it occurs. I think more generally, we also need more replication research. Maybe there are other prominent prediction effects out there that don't actually replicate, so we need to find out. I think tomorrow there's a poster 2009 about the importance of replication in psycholinguistics, so I think we should all go see that. I'm going. But regardless of replication, I think what we also really need is pre-registration, because I'd like to recommend these papers, one from Gelman and one from Luck. And this is a recent paper. If you do ERP research, you need to read this paper, and if you like to criticize ERP research, you should definitely read this paper. But basically the claim, or they show that even the most normal ways of analyzing ERP research, ERP data in the literature is full of implicit and explicit multiple comparisons without corrections. So this leads, and because the ERP data you can analyze in many ways, this leads to it compromises replicability. I have to stop. Okay, so pre-register, that's all I can say.
Hey, Monty, I have a quick question. I saw that Marta has a response. Does she not? Can you summarize her response?
My response to her response?
Yeah, I want you to summarize her response because I actually haven't read it, and I want to know what you think about it. I just know that it exists, and I want to know what it is she says and what you say in response.
Well, she has a response, but it's not to this work. So that's to another publication. So I don't read it, I would say. No, well, I don't think she's very happy with this work.
So you question the magnitude of the DeLong et al. Effects, but another type of conclusion one can make from a null effect is that you question the generalizability of the original finding. And you didn't say much about that. And I wonder if a response that the Kudus lab could make is that the population of English language users has changed since the DeLong paper, and that AN is no longer predictive in American English or in British English like you tested. So I'm wondering how we could push the generalizability argument here.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, the only answer to that is the corpus data that we have that suggests that there is no differences. But it could be true that in 10 years population changes, but in that case, then the problem is solved with prediction, right?
I can hear what you said.
Well, in that case, then the problem is solved if it doesn't exist anymore.
I think this is an important study to run, and I'm glad you did it. I'm just wondering about what the point you want to make about the, what's predictable and how robust prediction is as a phenomenon. And you went on to make some distinctions between the type of prediction you see in this study and pretty similar things that Van Berkem showed and Nicole Witch showed. And, and there's, once you start looking, as you know, there's all kinds of phenomena that seem to be consistent with prediction all the way down to form. So, yeah, I mean, maybe it's important to know that we should be cautious in citing the DeLong paper as much as we do, but what?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the gender studies are different, and that's for the reason that I think I explained, right? Because about whether something is disconfirming or not, disconfirming a noun or not. But I think we should also look at if you look at the pattern of all the studies that have used, let's say, the gender-marked articles, if you look at the consistency of findings, they are all different. I think that's interesting, and there's more consistency in there being a successful, let's say, a report of prediction. But if you look at the difference between all these studies, that's also important to realize. And if you're mentioning Van Berkem's study, but that hasn't been replicated. In fact, they've tried to replicate it themselves, found something completely different. So maybe, yes, evidence for prediction, but still failure to replicate. And I think we have to take into account these differences as well.
So I think mine follows directly up on Al's, right? As a naive outsider, I've always thought that all of those studies on the N100, was it P100 complex, or the component formerly known as ELAN, or the stuff that Dijker, Hugh, and Thomas did together, right? Those all seem to show form-based prediction. And if I'm tracking right, the Dijker, Farmer, Ragbagliotti collection did at least a couple of conceptual representations across those papers.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the papers that I think, is that really showing pre-activation, or is it just measuring something because it's about when the noun appears? So you can say, you can think of other alternative explanations for that finding, but also I don't think it has been replicated. So I think it's a good, that's another prominent study on prediction that maybe needs to be replicated.
Yeah, so this actually follows up on Jesse's question. There's actually a lot of, if you go back and look at the literature in these early N400 studies, there's actually often an N100 effect there. And Kara Federmeyer has gone back and reanalyzed some of her data and actually found that it's significant. So I'm curious as to how you change the baseline, because if are you doing a post-stimulus baseline? Because that could actually make the effect go away if there is an N1 effect.
The baseline of...
You said in your study that you changed the filtering and the baseline.
Right, yes, so we had the, because there was no mention of a baseline in the original study, so we did a baseline correction in the single trial analysis of 100 milliseconds.
Pre-stimulus?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fine, that's what I want to know.
Yeah. Which was what was done in the original study, right? Sorry?
We should maybe clarify that then what's actually done in the original study was just not mentioned in the paper.
It was done, turned out later that it was, but it was a 500 milliseconds that they, only last week I heard what kind of baseline they had. And we were trying to reduplicate these findings now, and it doesn't really matter for this part. Sorry.
Our next talk is from Stefan Frank and Jinbiao Yang.
Okay, well, I'll start by very briefly summarizing a recent study on cortical entrainment by Neiding and colleagues that some of you, I'm sure, already know about. What they did was have subjects listen to long sequence of syllables that contained 4-syllable sentences. For example, something like driver, up, skin, slide, fall, stole, X. But in the actual experiment, this was a computer-generated voice. There was no prosody or anything. So the only way to see that there are actually sentences in here is to do some syntactic analysis. So as you probably noticed, there are two word phrases here, noun phrases like drive fur, and verb phrases like rub skin, and each pair of phrases forms a sentence. So these participants were in an MEG scanner, and then what Ding and colleagues did was do a spectral analysis of the MEG signal over the course of this experiment. And what they found was that there are power peaks in the spectrum exactly at the occurrence frequencies of the words or syllables, it's the same in this case, which is the 4 Hertz peak. At phrases, so that's the half of the presentation rate, 2 Hertz, and of course sentences occur at a frequency of 1 Hertz. So the conclusion was that the cortical tracking is of hierarchical syntactic structure. There's tracking of words which form phrases, which form sentences. Well, what I will be presenting now is actually a computational model that predicts the data without doing any syntax. In fact, it doesn't do any sort of analysis of the sentence, it doesn't do integration, it doesn't even do processing. All it does is represent lexical information. And this information is encoded in the form of high-dimensional numerical vectors that come from a distributional semantics model, meaning that these are based on co-occurrence frequencies of words in large corpora. So, for example, this might indicate the vector representation of the word dry. And the way the model works is that this vector is just repeated many times. It represents the occurrence of the word dry over time. And the assumption is that the moment that the word starts, we don't actually have access to the lexical information yet, so that's why first there are some empty vectors, and then at some point the lexical information is represented, and from then on the word dry is represented until the next word comes in, fur in this example. Again, we start with some empty vectors and then the representation of the word fur, and this goes on for the entire sequence of the actual stimuli of the original experiment. There is some modeled processing time here. Of course, there's not actual time in the model. It is just all represented at the same time. But we assume that the two adjacent vectors represent 5 milliseconds. It's 5 simulated milliseconds. So that makes 250 simulated milliseconds for each syllable, or 1 second for a sentence. So that's exactly this 1 Hertz sentence rhythm. Now, in the abstract, this formed the input to a recurrent neural network. It turned out later, after the revision of the abstract, that actually this network didn't do anything. So we just threw it out and replaced it by some Gaussian noise. And yeah, so actually that's why the title of the talk is still non-syntactic processing, while here I say that there is no processing. There's absolutely no processing. There's just representing lexical information, adding some noise, and then a Fourier transform, and what we get is a power spectrum, just like in the Ding et al. Study. So what do you find? This is for these dry fur, rub skin kind of sentences, so that's English, noun phrase, verb phrase. This is the same picture I showed before, and this is the model prediction. So we find the same peaks at 4 Hertz, 2 Hertz, and 1 Hertz. And as you can see, there is also a small but significant peak at 3 Hertz, which doesn't seem to make any sense at first. Because there's this very strict rhythm of 4 syllables forming a sentence. And 3 Hertz, that's like a waltz rhythm. So where does that come from? Well, first of all, note that there's also something like that in the original data. It's just not significant. But of course, the model has a much lower, a much higher signal-to-noise ratio. So it's much easier to get significance in the model. Well, the thing is that it turns out that if you do a Fourier transform over a signal that is not pure sine or sum of sine waves, you also find subharmonics. So actually, Ding, he explained this 3 Hertz peak as being the second subharmonic of the 1 Hertz. So it's nothing to do with the actual linguistic signal. It's just an artifact of the analysis. So we do find in the model peaks at the occurrence frequencies of phrases and sentences, but the model doesn't have any phrases and sentences in it. It is just representing lexical information. So what's going on? Well, it turns out, of course, that the occurrence frequency of a phrase is also the occurrence frequency of a noun. There is a noun occurring every 500 milliseconds. And there's also a verb occurring every 1 second. And in this distributional semantics model, the representations of nouns are sort of similar to each other. At least they're more similar to each other then there are two representations of verbs. And likewise, representations of verbs are similar to each other. So there is some numerical pattern repeating, approximately repeating, or rather, it's an approximate pattern repeating at the occurrence frequencies of nouns and of verbs, and this is picked up as the 1 Hertz and 2 Hertz peak. In the Ding et al. Study, they also did this in Chinese. So we trained a distributional semantic model on a pinyin version of Chinese. And then the difference was that in the Chinese experiment, there were no noun phrases and verb phrases, but there were 2-syllable nouns and 2-syllable verbs. Now, the distributional semantics model only gives us representations of complete words, not of word parts, but we need some representation for the initial syllable of a word. And what we did was loosely inspired by the cohort model of auditory word perception, which is take the first syllable of the word and then find all the words that begin with that syllable and just average all the vectors of those words. And that average vector represents the first syllable. And if we do that, well, first the human data. So this is the Ding et al. Experiment. And this is our data. And again, we find exactly the same pattern, 1, 2, and 4 Hertz peak, and this minor 3 Hertz peak, which is the second subharmonic of the 1 Hertz. Another condition of Ding et al. Was a 1-syllable verb followed by a 3-syllable noun, which means that in this case there's nothing occurring at the 2 Hertz frequency. There's no 2 Hertz verb phrase. So indeed they found that the 2 Hertz peak disappeared. Here the 3 Hertz subharmonic becomes significant, by the way. And we found almost the same. There is a little peak at 2 Hertz, but then that's also in the original data. And this is, of course, the first subharmonic of the 1 Hertz peak. Importantly, note that this 2 Hertz peak is much, much larger when there should be one given the input. So it's probably just a subharmonic. Well, what if we only present the verbs, the 2-syllable verbs in Chinese? Then there is no sentence anymore, so the 1 Hertz peak should disappear, right? That indeed happened in the human data. There's only 4 Hertz, that's the rhythm of the syllable, 2 Hertz, the rhythm of the verb. And the model predicts exactly the same thing. And finally, if you shuffle all the syllables, if you just randomly reassign them to sentences, but keeping each syllable in place, then the word structure is broken. So you don't have any words anymore, so you should just find the 4 Hertz peak. And indeed, that did happen in the data. And it almost happened in the model. There is this teeny tiny 1 Hertz thingy left, which upsets me quite a bit, but that's how it is. And again, note that, of course, very small effects easily get significant in the model, but not so much in the human data. So to conclude, we find results that are nearly identical, not exactly the same, unfortunately, even though the model only has lexical information and nothing else. And there's no integration of that information in any form. So that means that you can explain these cortical entrainment results without doing any syntax. Thank you very much for listening.
I'm glad you did that work. That's cool. I'm not necessarily a fan of this work. The stuff you're referring to, but I'm not sure that they're claiming that their demonstration of oscillatory patterns that track the structure of the language necessitate that you have to have syntax. They're saying that, look, we find this pattern in the electrophysiological activity, the MEG activity, that does track the syntax, and we could be onto neural signals that will allow us to go further. And
so yeah, they say that this pattern is tracking of phrases and sentences, if hierarchical syntactic structure. Which could be true. I'm not saying it isn't, just saying that there is another explanation, which I think is simpler, but not everyone agrees with that. But they do claim it's about syntactic structure.
Laura Dilley, Michigan State University. I think this is really cool. So thank you for the presentation. The materials that Ding et al. Used were quasi-isochronous. And I'm wondering to what extent the specific timing and the fact that we had, syllables that had a reasonably consistent temporal and prosodic structure might have influenced the model behavior.
Well, the model does not have that. So apparently it doesn't really matter for their data because it's not in the model and it gives almost the same results. I guess it would be possible to put that in the model. So if I knew the exact timing, duration of each syllable, that could be included. But apparently it is not needed because you already get the results out. So.
Hi, Adam Morgan from UCSD. This is really neat stuff. I'm wondering, so if you, on standard assumptions about how the mind works, if you're a monist and you believe in syntax, which I think probably everyone in this room does to some degree, then there has to be something going on in the brain at 1, 2, and 4 hertz for the stimuli that Ding et al. Presented. And I'm wondering if there's a way that, if you have any ideas about maybe how they could fix the task, whether they could plug in some kind of covariate to account for these subharmonics, or something they could do and redo the task and actually try and tease apart what effects are coming from syntactic processing or...
Yeah. So, for example, you could do something, compare sentences like kill bird with feathers, where you get a different structure than kill bird with stones. But the type of lexical information at each word is the same. So a purely lexical account like ours won't predict any difference, but you get a different syntactic structure where one actually has, if I get this correctly, but I'll need to probably draw the tree, one has two-word phrases and one doesn't. So something like that might be able to teach it about. Or maybe even something like just have a random sequence of monosyllabic words where every fourth one just happens to be a verb. So you don't get any sentence structure, but you get a verb every second, and then this model would predict the one-word speak. And if the one-word speak is about creating a sentence or detecting a sentence, you wouldn't get that. So it's actually not that hard, but it just hasn't been done.
Thank you.
So next talk is from Evelina Fedorenko, Zachary Minarov, Matt Singelman, and Idam Blank.
Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, so today I want to talk to you about meaning and structure in human language and see whether or how neural data can inform our theorizing about language. So to bring us all on the same page, we have known for quite some time that we have a set of brain regions in the left hemisphere in most individuals that respond robustly and reliably when we understand language presented either visually or auditorily and when we produce language. These regions, which I often refer to as the high-level language regions, appear to be distinct from lower-level speech perception or letter recognition regions, as well as from the articulatory motor regions. These regions appear to be highly selective for language processing. They're not engaged when we perform a wide variety of non-linguistic complex tasks, from arithmetic to music perception to executive tasks to action understanding and so on. And finally, these regions are causally important for language, such that damage to these regions in adulthood will lead to problems with language comprehension or production. What we don't understand yet, however, is what exactly these brain regions actually do. Some of the things I just mentioned, like the specificity of these regions for language, constrain the hypothesis space to some extent, and yet we still have a pretty poor understanding of what kind of knowledge representations are stored or what kind of computations are performed. And this question subsumes a narrower question which concerns the internal structure of the system. In other words, do different brain regions support different aspects of language, and if so, what are the organizing principles? We have two primary tools for probing the architecture of the language system, and both of them have their problems. So part of the problem with using functional MRI is that brain regions that support language are very strongly anatomically and functionally connected, and yet fMRI measures blood flow, which is very slow relative to the speed of linguistic computations, and so it's possible that some things happen in different places early on, but by the time we're measuring it with our fMRI signal, everything has talked to everything else, and the signal is robustly present everywhere. In the literature on patients with brain damage, there's complications because lesions are often extensive and affect white matter tracts, so it's really tricky to link a particular function to a particular cortical region. Yet, in spite of these challenges, most current proposals make claims, sometimes strong ones, about dissociations among the different regions of the system. And although proposals differ in their details, I think almost all of them draw a distinction between lexicosemantic and syntactic processing. Some of them couch this distinction in more reasonable terms, given the current linguistic theorizing. So Peter Haggard talks about the regions that store linguistic representations versus combine them together. Nevertheless, the distinction is argued to exist. And so here we wanted to evaluate these claims, and I should say that the approach we use is much more powerful than the traditional whole brain group analysis. So if the dissociation is there between lexicosemantic and syntactic processing, we should be able to find it. So we asked three questions: whether any regions of the language network selectively or at least preferentially respond to syntactic processing, whether any regions selectively respond to lexicosemantic processing, and third, I'll throw in some bonus new data. We asked a kind of bigger, harder question: what actually drives the response in the language regions? Okay, so in some of our earlier work that some of you may know, if we search for a distinction between lexicosemantic and syntactic or combinatorial processing using a strategy of trying to break up the linguistic signal into its component parts. So you can look at stimuli like sentences that include both word-level meanings but also combinatorial structure, and you can compare it to responses, for example, to a list of unconnected words that just have word-level meanings, or to so-called Jabberwocky sentences that just have some kind of structure and maybe very core course-level meaning that can be interpreted with respect to real-world knowledge, or sequences of non-words that have neither. And using this 2x2 design, we've searched for regions that selectively respond to word-level meanings or combinatorial information. And those regions would look something like this, with strong responses to sentences that use real words versus those that use non-words, or strong responses to conditions that have structure versus those that don't. In fact, nowhere within the language network you find these kinds of profiles, and instead you find a response whereby sentences produce the strongest response, the two intermediate conditions with either word meanings or structure produce an intermediate response, and non-words produce the lowest response. And this is true both at the level of regions, where we pull data across nearby voxels, but also even searching for individual, potentially spatially disconnected voxels within that system. So you just don't find these profiles. Okay, so, and here in the rest of the talk, I'll be showing you kind of two sample regions always for simplicity, but the pattern is the same across the language system. Okay, so at least in the mean neural response, the regions are sensitive to both word-level meanings and combinatorial information. We supplemented this analysis with an analysis where we examined fine-grained activation patterns in a multivariate fashion, trying to ask whether some regions may distinguish between conditions that vary in the presence of lexical information, whereas other regions may be distinguished between conditions that vary in the presence of combinatorial information. And what you find when you ask this kind of a question is you find that lexical information is represented more robustly. Conditions that vary in lexical information are distinguished better. And this is kind of sensible from an information theoretic perspective, because most of information in language is carried by words as opposed to word order and functional morphology. Okay, so given the limitation of fMRI, we also tried this basic approach paradigm in a more temporally sensitive method, ECOG, electrocorticography, where you basically record signals directly from the surface of the brain in patients undergoing brain surgery, and you basically find the same pattern with no electrodes showing selective responses to word meanings or combinatorial structure. We also found an intriguing effect where the response in the sentence condition, but not in the other conditions, appears to gradually increase over the course course of the sentence, and we hypothesize that this build-up effect may reflect something like the construction of complex meanings, and I'll come back to this in a couple of seconds. So now on to the current set of experiments conducted with Maya Reyes, Zach Mineroff, and Matt Siegelman, and the postdoc Dan Blanc. So these paradigms don't need much introduction to the current crowd. They basically involve the standard violations paradigm, where the critical word doesn't fit with the semantic or syntactic context. A paradigm that involves, that compares responses to pairs of sentences that are identical, to pairs of sentences that differ in either the words used or the structure used. Again, a very commonly used paradigm in both fMRI and ERP research. And a paradigm adapted from the Pareto and Buchheimer, where people are shown pairs of sentences and they're asked to decide whether they mean roughly the same thing. And in the semantic condition, you either replace one word by a synonym or by a different word, and in the syntactic condition, use an alternation, or you switch words around so that it results in an opposite kind of a meaning. And the basic approach that I mentioned is more powerful than the generally looking across the whole brain for these effects, is you first functionally localize language responsive regions in each brain individually, and then look at the responses of these regions to the critical conditions. And the key patterns are basically as follows. So I'll just walk you through this. I mean, there's, it's a 3-panel graph, but it's really pretty straightforward. So in most regions, you find that both lexicosemantic and syntactic conditions produced stronger responses than the relevant control condition, so the no violation condition in the first experiment, or the condition where the two sentences are identical. Relative to those, when you change words or structure, you find greater responses. In some regions, you find that the lexicosemantic condition produces a stronger response than the syntactic condition, although differences are generally small, even when they're reliable, and there is no region anywhere or no voxels anywhere where we find that the syntactic condition produces a stronger response than the lexicosemantic condition, in line with some of the things I already mentioned. So with respect to our first two questions, the answers appear to be as follows. So no region seems to care more about syntactic processing than lexicosemantic processing, although the reverse pattern does obtain. So it doesn't seem like the distinction between lexicosemantic and syntactic processing is a good, plausible organizing dimension of the language system, and at least spatially. And in the remaining couple of minutes, I want to tackle this harder question of what these regions actually respond to. So why do sentences elicit such a strong response in the language regions? And what does this build-up effect potentially reflect? So this is joint work with Frank Mollica, who you heard from today, Steve Piantadosi, Richard Futrell, as well as, again, Zach and Matt. So there are basically two general hypotheses. One is has to do with constructing complex meanings, and another is more syntax-centric and has been put forward by people like, for example, Christophe Pallier from Stan Dehaene's group. Well, he's not, he's works with Stan, but he's a grown-up. Anyway, so that hypothesis is more, so one claim they make is the size of the constituents will determine how strong a response is in the language regions. And so we conducted two experiments where we tried to evaluate the effects of destroying sentence structure on the responses that we see in the language regions. To do this, we used naturalistic sentences from Corporal that look like this, and I colored it pretty just so that you can see the messing with the word order a little more clearly. So we performed an iterative number of local swaps, starting from 1, which results in a string where 2 words are switched, all the way to making something like 7 iterative swaps, which results in a pretty destroyed sentence, although you may still get a sense that you get some kind of a meaning there. I should admit that when we were designing the study, I was hoping to just use a non-constituency-based manipulations to see the drop-off in response. You don't see a drop-off in the response. Okay, so all of the sentence conditions produce similarly strong responses in the language system. So these two strings produce a stronger response throughout the language system, which was really, really shocking to me at the time. After reanalyzing this experiment about 1,000 times and replicating it in a couple of different sets of materials, one idea that we had is perhaps even in the most scrambled condition, there is strong enough kind of local-ish lexicosemantic connection so that you can put words together to construct at least an approximate complex meaning. And to test this, we tried to create an even more scrambled version where we put any two content words as far each other linearly from each other as possible. If you compute point-wise mutual information among pairs of adjacent words, here's our original scrambling manipulation, and the most scrambled condition experiment 1 is lower than the intact sentence, but still quite high. The most destroyed version that I just mentioned drops off quite considerably, and this is for a condition where the words come from all different sentences and there's no relationships among them. And matching this pattern of mutual information differences among conditions, in experiment 2 we replicate the effect for the first 4 conditions, but we also find that the response to the condition where any pair of content words are far away from each other now drops to the level of unconnected words. So what these latest results tell us, I think, is that sentence structure really may not matter too much for eliciting maximally strong responses in our language system. Intuitively, it seems like as long as you can reconstruct approximately, at least an approximate complex meaning, the system kind of works to its max. More formally, oh, and I should say that to the extent that there is a cost, which we can measure, there are regions in the brain that will respond more to the scrambled conditions than the intact conditions, and that happens in the domain general regions that care about effort across any wide number of tasks. So it's a very, very domain general effect. So more formally, it appears that you need sufficiently high local mutual information within some span of words, presumably constrained by memory limitations, and failing that the response drops substantially. And so our language system really seems to be about extracting complex meaning from the linguistic signal and constructing such meanings in production. And I think these effects are very much in line with theorizing from, for example, Ray Jackendorf and Eva Wittenberg's ideas about simplified grammars, where you can express a lot of stuff without complex syntax, as well as with recent applications of the noisy channel framework to sentence comprehension by folks like Roger Levy, Ted Gibson, Leon Bergen, and Richard Futrell, and earlier versions of that kind of a proposal by Fernando Ferreira, where a big component of sentence interpretation is relying on lexicosemantic and plausibility priors. So one important thing to now figure out is why we have complex syntax. If it's not critical for extracting complex meanings in most cases, why do we have such a system? And I think plausible candidates are something like learning a language and maybe faster processing. Okay, I'll stop here. Thanks.
So I'm very sympathetic to the approach you're taking. I just was curious on what your take is on abstracting away from gray matter to white matter. The claims that have been made in the literature about the dorsal tract in particular, and that it's selective for syntactic processing. I'm thinking of Stephen Wilson's study of primary progressive aphasia. So what's your take on that?
Yeah, I like that work. So I think the dorsal stream has not been super well functionally defined, and even anatomically people place it in slightly loose locations, but I think it actually maps on pretty well to the domain general regions that have been characterized by many, many groups. And so to the extent that the cost associated with dealing with complex syntax is performed by the domain general regions, I think that tells us a lot about how language works. But yeah, I think it generally corresponds quite well with also where we find these kinds of costs of scrambling. So I think there's good correspondence between the dorsal stream, whatever the connections may be, and the domain general executive system.
Okay, thanks.
This is about the first part here, Ellen Lau from University of Maryland. This is about the first part where you're talking about most brain regions carrying more information, or carrying more about lexical. I was sort of trying to think about whether that is surprising or not, and I was thinking about the case of like non-linguistic paradigms where like you have some task and it's relevant whether you have circles or squares, and then you start to see decoding for circles and squares not just in visual areas but also in prefrontal areas. But we don't think that, like, that doesn't make us think that the prefrontal areas are just visual areas. So I was just wondering, like, is it surprising that, like, if both more complex, tasks that we need to do with the words are happening in other regions, like, wouldn't we expect all the regions to be carrying lots of information about the individual words, even if they weren't all, like, lexical regions?
That's a very good question. I mean, I think there's multiple questions. So the regions that start caring about some arbitrary distinction that's task relevant, like circles versus triangles or whatever, that's the domain general system, which is known as the cognitive control or multiple demand system or whatever.
Right.
So that's
Yeah.
So the question is. Wouldn't regions outside of kind of whatever is known as the core language system maybe also represent something like lexical information?
No, I just meant like analogous to that case. Couldn't you think that if you had an area whose job was to sort of do complex operations on top of lexical representations, you might expect it to be carrying lots of information about the individual lexical items, even if it wasn't like a lexical area per se?
Yeah, it certainly can. And I mean, I think that's what the domain general regions do in the service of all sorts of complex tasks. Like, I think one way to think about those regions is, we always try to interpret the world and we run into problems. And be it a problem in recognizing a face or parsing a sentence, those domain general regions may come online and provide some extra resources or alternative strategies for either, locally representing some relevant distinctions or, I don't know, helping us focus our attention, whatever that may mean in terms of neural implementation.
Yeah, but I mean the specific one, like I'm not really a syntax and IFG person, but like if I were like, okay, in your language specific IFG area, couldn't I say like the reason it's coding lexical information is just because you need that information to do that complex task, just the way that you use other parts of prefrontal cortex to do
there's different things going on in prefrontal cortex. I mean, there's things that do language in prefrontal cortex, and there's things that do very domain general things. But yeah, it's possible that there are some regions that are causally selective for syntax, but they also represent lexical information because that's required to perform complex language. But that would predict a pattern where damage to that region will consistently lead to syntactic deficits, and it seems like taking the patient literature as a whole just doesn't seem like that's the case. But, okay, thank you.
Famoko, Mimoko, Chag, At. Voko, Famoko, Mimoko, Chag, At. Vok, Safok, Magok, Chag, At, Zevok, Hulam.
Now, have no fear. I hear.
Welcome back to the last session of the day before the poster session. And it is my great pleasure to introduce the next invited speaker, Morten Christensen. So Morten is is faculty in the Department of Psychology at CUNY University, and he's been active and a stellar contributor, a highly original contributor for decades in our field. In his earlier work, he's very well known for his work on what kind of sequential structures in language can be learned and what kind of inductive biases exist in neural network models. And he's also done a lot of really interesting work relating that to behavior. More generally, I think Morten is one of the most original intellects in our field, connecting not only sentence processing with acquisition, which many of us do, but actually branching out even more broadly. He's interested in and has worked on models of evolution, both cultural evolution and gene culture coevolution as it's connected to language. And he's also done some work on actually the genetic basis of language. So he combines computational modeling, experimental work in a way that I think exemplifies the best of the work in this field. And without further ado, I will turn it over to Morten, where he's going to talk about some of, I think, these are ideas that he's had for a long time, but he's brought to new prominence in the last years, language evolution through the bottleneck from milliseconds to millennia.
Thanks. Thank you very much. And thanks to the organizers for adding this session on language processing and language evolution. And it's a great pleasure to be part of that. And today I'm going to talk about how some of the things that goes on at the level of the millisecond can have implications for across millennia for language evolution. Now, the question that folks in the area of language evolution research, they ask themselves are among the following. Why is language the way it is, and how did it come to be that way? And that's a question already raised in Ted's introduction earlier today. Now, that's a non-trivial question, and especially for people who work in the area, they think it may be actually one of the hardest problems for science. Now, whether that's true or not, it clearly is a complex question to answer, because language is at the intersection of many systems that are interacting in very complex ways. So understanding the nature of how that system evolved is a non-trivial question. Now, over the last couple of decades, people have focused on primarily asking, why is the brain so well suited for learning language? And the answer has typically been that we as human beings during our evolutionary history have evolved some sort of biological adaptation for language. However, since the change of the millennia, this question has been replaced by a different question, namely what people are asking themselves is, why is it that language is so well adapted to being learned by the human brain? So turning the original question on its head, if you wish. And the suggestion is that cultural transmission has shaped language to be as learnable as possible on this perspective, given the human brain. And thus, from this perspective, linguistic structure emerges through cultural transmission of language across many generations of language learners and users. Now, in a paper in BBS in 2008, Nick Chater and I suggested that part of the way in which we can explain some of the structure that might come about through cultural evolution can be explained by a number of constraints emanating from the human brain, and constraints that are not specific to language necessarily. So, for example, there are constraints on how our thought processes work, how we categorize the world, create concepts, and so on. They're going to shape the cultural evolution of language to some degree. Of course, our brains are embodied in our bodies, so sensory constraints will be important factors in shaping the cultural evolution of language also. In addition to that, there's a number of factors that affect how we interact with one another and how we use language for those purposes. So socio-pragmatic factors are going to be important in explaining the cultural evolution of language. And lastly, constraints from cognition, from learning, memory, and processing are going to be important for understanding the cultural evolution of language. And this is where I have tried to do some of my own work. Now, the basic idea is that through cultural transmission across generations of language learning and use, these kind of constraints together would have shaped language into what we see today. And that would be the case not only across generations, as you see here, but also the same when various individuals are interacting with one another within a generation. So, given that, what I'll talk about today is a particular constraint that Nick Chater and I had talked about recently in a new BBS paper, namely the now and never bottleneck, as a constraint deriving from the need that we have to deal with language in the here and now, given the transient nature of linguistic input. And what I'll suggest is that constraints from the now and never bottleneck might help explain some aspects of the emergence of linguistic structure from iterated processes of chunking. Now, chunking is a key memory process, and I'll show via an iterated learning experiment how that might give rise to some aspects of structure, and also then go on to show how chunking ability in terms of language processing actually might play an important role there as well. But I want to say here, or stress here at the outstart, is that this is not to suggest that that's the only constraint on the cultural evolution of language or even on processing language, but one that we think are particularly important. So, the now and never bottleneck. Now, everybody agrees that language happens in the here and now. If you didn't process what I just said to you now, it'd be gone. You can't sort of play it back in half an hour and figure out what it was I said. You had to process it now. Likewise, if you're a child learning language, if you didn't learn from whatever that would mean from what I was just saying right now, you would be unable to pick up any information from that. Now, this is fairly uncontroversial, yet many theories of language don't really take that seriously when they think about what the nature of the language system has to be. But importantly, the constraint on language is actually rather severe. So on the one hand, the linguistic input is highly transient. On some measures, the auditory stimulus only stays around for about 1/10 of a second or so. Now, not only is the linguistic input rather transient, but also at the same time, it comes at a really rapid rate. So on average, a normal person, maybe not me, but other people, not that I'm, anyway, let's leave it at that. I'm a non-native speaker, so there you go. So I might speak slower or faster. Anyway, a normal speaker will on average produce between 10 and 15 phonemes per second, which is actually rather fast, because if you are listening to non-speech sounds at the rate of at that rate, you would actually not be able to distinguish each of these sounds from one another. Rather, they would sort of merge into a buzz where you couldn't differentiate from one another. So there's something incredible about the way in which we are able to perceive speech. In addition to not only having input that's highly transient and coming at us at a rapid rate, our memory for even short sequences of language is really, really very poor. So in classic studies, it's been demonstrated that we can only keep less than 4 non-speech sounds in memory at any one time if we have to recall it. And if we go to even linguistic items, we know from the working memory literature that that's also a very limited ability, originally suggested by George Miller to be 7 ± 2, but today we know it's probably going to be more like 4 ± 1, given the work of Nelson Cowan. So the suggestion here is that this constraint is putting our language system to the test, as it were. I also want to note that this is the constraint from the narrow bottleneck is not only something that applies to language, but also more generally to the cognitive system, and thus we see similar constraint in the visual modality, and thus the same kind of considerations I'll talk about here, primarily focusing on spoken language, but also apply to sign language as well. So how does the language system deal with this formidable challenge? Well, the suggestion that Nick Chait and I put forward is that chunking provide a basic memory process that may give us sort of a foot up on that. To help you get a sort of an intuitive idea how this might work, I want to do a little experiment here. So I hope you're all awake at this time in the afternoon. What I'm going to do now is read out a string of letters to you. When I do this, I want you to repeat the letters back to me, okay? Ready? H, C, R, L, T, I, A, P, A, C, E, A, P. Okay. I just told you that the memory is about 4 units, right? So, okay, here's the string. It's 13 letters. It's clearly beyond what we can do. But, okay, I'm going to give you a chance to redeem yourself. So let's try this again, all right? So this time, really try. Are you ready? C, A, T, A, P, P, L, E, C, H, A, I, R. C, A, T, A, P, P, L, E, C, H, A, I, R. Whoa. Whoa. What did you just do? It's the same 13 letters from before, but this time they form 3 words that you could chunk the 13 letters into 3 words, which you can keep in your memory. So the idea is that our language system is doing something like that. Obviously not consciously, but that's what the system is doing. So what Nick Chater and I suggested is to deal with the immediacy of language processing. Our language system does what we call chunk and pass processing. It essentially chunks input as quickly as possible and passes it up to a higher level of linguistic representation. And this passing up allows a longer retention of information at different levels of linguistic abstraction. Now, the advantage of this is that it allows us to process language incrementally and do chunking across neighboring units, which provides some explanation, for example, of things like garden path effects and focus of local dependencies we also heard about earlier today. It also provides an interesting way of thinking about why it is that when we talk about language, we often talk about different levels of linguistic representation. On this account here, it comes from the chunking and pushing it up to high levels of representation. Now, importantly, as we go up to these higher levels of linguistic representation, we lose information from bottom up, but they get enriched via top-down information via prediction that allow us to use all available information to be sort of right first time if we can. So that allows us to avoid having to do any kind of backtracking, even though we only have a fairly short memory window. So to provide sort of a cartoon version of what we have in mind, we are suggesting that as we are listening to each other, like you're listening to me now, we, at some level, chunk first the acoustic information into some sort of sound-based units. That can be phonemes, syllables, whatever your favorite theory is of sound-based units. It doesn't really matter from the purpose of the theory, as long as there's some sort of basic unit. Then once you have a few of those units, that buys you a little time. However, soon you'll experience interference between those units. So what you do, you repeat the process and chunk to another level, and that might be words, it can be word combinations, and so on. And you continue doing that until you get up to some sort of discourse or message level representation. It may even be several levels there. Now I want to stress here that the labels here and the levels are for illustrative purposes only. That could be more or less, and it might even be different across different languages depending on the nature of what's needed for a particular language. So the theory is that comprehension roughly goes up the hierarchy like this, whereas production or production planning would start with some sort of plan or message that would then be broken down into intonational phrases, into words and sounds, and into articulatory gestures. But importantly, the idea of the now or never bottleneck not only has implications for how we might think about language processing, but also about how we think about language acquisition. And that's because each processing episode illustrated, for example, here, provides an opportunity for learning about some aspect of language. And I see this as being consistent, for example, with the work of Anne Farneld on the speed of processing and how that increases with more experience with language and predict later language skills. So the suggestion here is that what language acquisition consists in is essentially to become better at learning how to process. So this is a way in which we are not seeing the child as a mini linguist trying to identify the correct grammar out there, but simply as a developing language user that's trying to become better at doing essentially chunk and pass processing. The child must learn how to create and integrate the right chunks rapidly before the input is gone. And that leads to a strong pressure towards eager learning. What's in the engineering literature is called eager learning, where we have to learn online from multiple sources of information. And it also means that learning will be piecemeal in nature, given the limited chunking window, and that abstractions will be learned within these limited window over largely local information. Importantly, prediction also plays an important role here. Children gradually learn to apply top-down knowledge from semantics, discourse, expectations, and real-world knowledge to facilitate processing via predictions. But importantly for the purpose of this special session, the now or never bottleneck also influences language beyond language acquisition and language processing. But given that each language user also forms part of a language community, it also will affect the evolution and change of language more generally. So to recap, what I have suggested here in the first part is that chunk and pass processing might provide an important tool for the language system to overcome at least some aspects of the now or never bottleneck. The input must be rapidly compressed and integrated with prior information at higher levels of abstraction. It also suggests that language acquisition from this perspective involves essentially the kid learning to become better and better and doing chunk and pass processing. And at the syntactic level, that suggests that multi-word units are important building blocks of language. And I want to give a shout out for a poster tomorrow by Inbal Anand, Stuart Macaulay, and myself, in which we show that there are HRI acquisition effects for multi-word chunks, just as we see for lexical items. But of course, given that we're also here to talk about language evolution, an interesting question is whether constraints on how we chunk information may help explain aspects of language evolution. And for this, I turned to an experiment conducted with some colleagues in which we applied the cultural transmission paradigm known as iterated learning that was developed by Simon Kirby and colleagues at the University of Edinburgh. And what this paradigm is essentially a lab-based game of telephone. So you have people come into the lab, you teach them something, then you get something back from them, you give it to the next person that come in, the next person, the next person, the next person, and you see what happens, whether things change across time. Now, most of this previous work have very naturally focused on the emergence of complex, or relatively complex systems of communication that involved structure and meaning. But what we wanted to know was, what if we just focus on chunking, independent of any language-like task? Can we see the emergence of something that looks like interesting linguistic structure? So what we did, we carried out an iterated chunking experiment in which we had people come into the lab. They would be exposed to 15 consonant strings. So these consonant strings would be initially generated for the first generation. They would be 3 to 5 characters long, consisting of 6 different consonants. Now, importantly, for the first generation in each of these chains that I'll talk about, there was a flat distribution. There was no distributional structure in there. The participant would sit in front of a screen, a string would flash up, disappear, they'd type it in. They would do that for a few blocks of training, and then they would be asked to recall all 15 strings. We just asked them to keep on giving us strings, so they give us 15 strings. We would then take those strings and then recode them to avoid things like anagrams and typing biases. So what we did was essentially to change the surface structure while having the same underlying abstract structure. So what we did was simply to change a particular letter to a different letter. So in this case here, you can see on the right column that all X's will be replaced by V's, M by T's, and so on and so forth. So that breaks any kind of biases from typing and anagrams. And that would be given to the next participant, and we would have 10 participants in a chain. Now, what we found was, and here's this average over 8 different chains, is when we measured the edit distance, essentially how many edits do you have to make to strings to get from the set that one person was given to what you got back from that person. So essentially a difference between what they're exposed to and what they give you back. And that edit distance indicates similarity. So as it goes down, we see the strings become more similar to one another across time. We also see emergent distributional structure in this system. We measured bigrams, so these would be 2 consecutive letters, or trigrams would be 3 consecutive letters. And then we measured their relative frequency, and what you can see here is that the relative frequency of these individual bigrams, trigrams would increase across time. But does it actually help learning? Indeed, it does. What you see here is the average correct recall in the initial generation and in the final generation. And what we see is that the ability to recall items doubled across generations. But perhaps this is simply just an effect that all the strings sort of become shorter, so the system collapses into something that's uninteresting. But that's actually not the case. Essentially, there was no difference in length given the strings that they were received initially compared to the ones that they gave us back at the end. So what's going on? Well, in order to get a better idea of what's going on, we did a so-called network analysis in which we connected up strings with one another if they have a bigram in common. And what you get are sort of pictures like this, where you can see the color indicates how tightly connected a bigram is to other bigrams. So we see from blue to purple to red in the last generation here. So generations go like this. Now we wanted to see that whether the structure that you see emerging here, whether that may correspond in any way to what we might see in natural language. So what we did was that we did a similar analysis, but with child-directed speech. We extracted sequences, that is utterances from child-directed speech that were 3 to 6 words long to have them comparable length to our experimental items. We replaced words with parts of speech in order to have a small set of elements just like what we had in the experiment. We could then compare these networks, but we also needed a baseline to see, to look for essentially structural reuse. So what we did for our baseline networks is we simply took the sequences and then just scrambled the order and then created the network in order to see whether like a random set of strings with no order would give you any kind of structure whatsoever. So the prediction that we had was that we would see similar patterns of connectivity for our experimental networks towards the final generations and then for the language networks. And that was indeed what we found. What you see here is a network analysis quantifying the structural reuse, that is changes in structure reuse across generations as a function of string length. The blue lines or dots indicate the original data, the shuffled are red. And as you can see when we go down here in generation, that initially they're very close to one another, but the blue one goes higher and higher, indicating that we get more and more structural reuse with length. And in particular, when we look at the networks in the final generation and the child-directed speech network, we see that both show a very similar degree of structural reuse in both for our final generation and in natural language. So to recap, what we would like to take away from these this experiment and these analyses is that it's possible to see language-like distribution regularities emerge that can facilitate learning. Now, clearly, that's much more to language evolution than just having repeated structure, but it is a way in which we can start thinking about how you can get repeated structure from iterated chunking processes. And importantly, we saw similar patterns of structural reuse in the experimental and child-directed speech networks. So one of the suggestions is that constraints on the processes of chunking, when amplified by cultural evolution, may have shaped aspect of linguistic structure. But of course, another question is whether this kind of chunking, this kind of simple experiment, whether that actually has any sort of relation to natural language processing. That is, does the kind of chunking ability that underlie this iterated chunking experiment, does that have anything to do with actual language processing? And in order to get a beginning answer to that, we conducted an individual differences study involving chunking ability and language processing. Now, of course, the first question we want to ask ourselves is, now, how can we measure chunking ability? And we wanted to have something that would be fairly similar to what you saw in the iterated chunking experiments. And what we reasoned was that chunking is very likely to be facilitated by language exposure. So we treated this as a real-world statistical learning study. Rather than using artificial stimuli, we looked at exposure to real-world language structure. And we measured this using the classic memory task of serial recall, which is very similar to what you actually did earlier today with the sort of little demo that I did at the beginning of the talk. So what we would do is essentially create strings that consisted of either bigrams or trigrams of consonants, consecutive consonants, so either 8 or 9 consonants. And importantly, these bigram and trigram chunks were found by analyzing a large corpus of American English, namely the contemporary corpus American English, which is about 450 million words. And we pulled out bigrams and trigrams of consonants that were either of high or medium frequency, and then combined them into these strings of 8 and 9 consonants. We then took those same strings and also had a randomized version of them. So we could compare the basic recall ability to recall ability facilitated by picking up on these sub-chunks of consonant combinations from natural language. So the random controls are essentially the same letter combinations with minimal chunk information. So just to give you an idea of what this looks like, so here's a high frequency string based on trigrams. You can see there's no words here. It's not possible to remember them by pronouncing them that easily. So they would see this on a string, it would disappear, there would be hashes to mask any kind of after effect, and then they would type it in. So fairly simple. And then here's an example of a control string based on the letters you saw previously, pseudo-randomized to minimize trigram frequency information in this case here. So then what we found was that, as we expected, there was an effect of language exposure even for these sort of very odd kind of information about clusters of consonants, such that people were significantly better at recalling the chunked items compared to the random ones. And also when we look at the recall of the actual chunks that were used, they were also better at that compared to the control items. Importantly, we're not interested in this task in and by itself, but we're interested in this task as a measure of individual differences in sensitivity to natural language statistics that can facilitate chunking in this kind of task. So what we also did was we asked our participants to participate in a language processing task using sort of the classic word-by-word self-paced reading task. And we brought out sentences that many of you will know and love, or hate perhaps. So we had both subject relatives and object relatives underlined here in purple. And just to show to you that we found a fairly standard reading time patterns, that the object relatives were harder to process than the subject relatives, so these kind of sentences here. But what we were interested in, of course, was individual differences in how people process these kind of sentences, something that a number of people have looked at before. So we wanted a measure of chunk sensitivity, and that we derived from the initial chunking experiment, simply taking the recall of the experimental items minus the control items. The advantage of that is that it isolates, we would suggest, the effect of experience with multi-letter chunks, and it controls for a number of factors, including has a built-in working memory control and attention and motivation. So the question then is, does this measure of chunk sensitivity correlate with online language processing? And as you probably can guess, otherwise I wouldn't be talking about it. Yes, it does. But before I get to that, I want to say what we looked at. So we looked at the embedded clause here in this case, because on the assumption that chunking the embedded clause would be facilitate the processing of the long-distance dependencies between the main subject and the verb. And what we found was that there was a significant correlation between the ability to chunk information from the letter recall task and subject relative processing, and this was even stronger for the harder to process object relatives. And These results were also confirmed by linear mixed effects analysis. So just to recap quickly, what we found in this particular study was that recall was affected by letter chunk frequency, and that even though this chunk sensitivity task is something completely different from the kind of skills needed in the sentence processing task, we saw that chunking ability correlates with online language processing, and more generally it suggests that statistically based chunking may facilitate complex sentence processing, and we've been doing some work more recently showing how similar approaches can be taken to statistical learning of artificial languages as well. So let me conclude here. What I have suggested is that much of linguistic structure, and I'm not the only one suggesting this, of course, may be a product of cultural evolution rather than biological adaptation. But importantly, there's a lot of work still to be done within this area. So we need to uncover the kind of constraints that work across evolution, acquisition, and processing. And today I pointed to one such constraint, namely the now or never bottleneck. And the suggestion from that is that our basic abilities, memory ability for chunking, has played an important role in shaping aspects of the evolution, acquisition, and processing of language. And more generally, this perspective suggests that language acquisition consists primarily in learning how to process. And with that, I want to acknowledge my collaborators, Rick Dale from UC Merced, Nick Chater from University of Warwick, Simon Kirby from the University of Edinburgh, Stuart Macaulay from University of Liverpool, Hannah Cornish from University of Stirling, and funding from the Binational Science Foundation to Inbal Arnon and myself. And if you're interested in this kind of integrative perspective on language processing, acquisition, evolution, I'll have this gratuitous point to my recent book from last year. Thank you, everyone.
I noticed there was a little discrepancy between what you said and what was up here. At the end, you said much of language structure. Up there it said linguistic structure. Okay, I think the time has come, it's well past, in fact, to stop this terminological dispute. The issue is how much of linguistic structure can we offload into other capacities or domain general capacities, not by showing that there are some linguistic capacities that come from other domain general things. Therefore, linguistic structure doesn't need anything innate. The issue is how much is left of innate, not we're trying to show that nothing is innate. And this has gone on for years, and it really annoys me. Well, as you can tell.
Well, I'm very sorry if I've annoyed you, Ray, but I do want to say that I do think that there are substantial biological constraints on both acquisition, processing, and evolution. My question is the degree to which those constraints are linguistic or not, and I think that's what we need to find out. I'm perfectly open to that. Some of them may be very specifically linguistic in nature, but I want to first pursue explanations where that is not required, but I'm open to the idea that they eventually could be. But I think that's an empirical question.
But I think that's what I think we're in agreement on that, but I think the rhetoric has to make that clearer, rather than saying we're going to show that there's no biological necessity, there's no biological components to the language faculty, which is what generations of opposition to generative linguistics have been saying, and we don't need to say that. I think that's all. I don't need to say that.
Actually, I have a slightly, so I'm very sympathetic to the perspective of looking at how language is adapted to the brain. It seemed maybe a bridge too far to cross out the other one, how the brain is adapted for language, given that assumes that communication has no adaptive value, which raises a different question. What are the prospects for thinking about coevolution?
I think that's an important question, and I think co-evolution is possible. So there might have been some feedback, for example, on memory processes to some degree. But I think that when coming up with co-evolutionary stories, that there is an issue about oftentimes if we think of language sort of piggybacking initially on other mechanisms that were not originally evolved for language, and then gradually they become adapted for language processing. However, oftentimes those scenarios forget that those mechanisms still presumably have to also maintain their original function. Thus, we have multiple functions going on at the same time. And that may lead a little bit to some facilitation for language, but if the other pressures are still there, that may negate that. So I think it's an important question, and I think it's one that we don't have a complete answer to, but it's something we need to keep in mind for sure.
Hi, I have some basic questions about chunking in general. Because if you actually go back in the psychological literature, like to Cowan, for example, or even back to Miller, the definition of chunking is incredibly vague. Cowan says, well, the things that chunk have closer associations than the things that don't chunk. So I'm wondering if you computational types have any handle on this, because in linguistics, it's very easy. It's like, oh, well, we chunk phonemes into morphemes, and we chunk morphemes into words into phrases, etc. So it seems completely obvious to us. But if you come from outside of language, what are the constraints on what can form a chunk and how chunks are formed? And why do the chunks in language, at whatever level of analysis, take the form that they do rather than some other form?
This is a good question, and I'm fortunate just last week to have a couple of dinners with Nelson Cohen talking about some of these issues, and they don't have an answer to that yet. However, they are making a lot of progress on thinking about what goes into chunking. From the viewpoint of language, one of the things that we have done with one of my former graduate students, Stuart Macaulay, we developed a chunk-based learner model of language acquisition that learns to do aspects of comprehension and aspects of production. And what that does, it can use either syllables or words as input, and then it uses backwards translation probability to chunk them together, and that allows the model to essentially imitate a shallow parser on the one hand, so we can show that it's pretty good at capturing child-directed speech in English, German, and French on the other hand. Then it also can use the same chunk. So we store these chunks in what we call a chunkatory, which is an inventory of essentially chunks that could be one or more words. It can also use that to actually recreate sequences that the child actually said. So what we do in these simulations, we actually model over, I think it's 217 different children, both given their input and what they produce as output. And we can do that with this relatively simple model that actually uses either words and chunks them together, including actually model the difficulty that kids have with different kinds of relative clauses as shown by Diesel and Tomasello. But the question still remains, what counts as a chunk? Because as I was indicating here, is that we talk about chunking at different levels of linguistic representation. And one of the things that I think is an interesting question is whether different languages may have different ways to do chunking. So when you look at a language like Turkish, if you want to do a corpus analysis over what might be useful for combination, morphemes is the level you want to chunk over, whereas maybe in English it's not as useful. But it's a good question. I agree.
Okay, thanks.
Hi. Sarah Brown-Schmidt, Vanderbilt. I do have a quick question. It's a data question I've wanted to ask you for a long time on your individual differences work. I'm wondering if you've ever measured the internal reliability of your measures, particularly given that you're using a different score which sums error of the two measures. It's a situation where the internal reliability might be so low is that you're correlating noise with noise. And so I'm wondering if you could say what your internal reliability is.
In this particular one, so one of the advantages of using chunking measure is that these kind of measures is like non-word recall, which have been used in the literature for quite a long time. And we just, in our statistical learning work, we just calculated test retest reliability. We got 0.81, which is probably some of the highest test retest reliability that you'll see on any measure. But you're right that we need to be more careful about our individual differences measures. I completely agree with you.
is this? Sorry, I'm not a Mac person, so
I know, neither am I.
I'm a little bit freaking out. But okay. Great. I'm doing okay. How are you?
All right, so, yep, we're gonna need this guy.
Okay, thank you.
One of these, this one.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate your help. My apologies for the technological fumble.
No worries.
All right, I'd like to introduce our next speaker. Michael Walsh-Stakey will be talking to us about evidence that uncertainty drives comprehension patterns in people with aphasia.
Thank you very much. So there's significant evidence that comprehenders are sensitive to and actively compensate for uncertainty regarding what they've read or heard. So for example, Roger Levy and colleagues have found that readers regress to reread function words with near neighbor substitutes, for example, at, which is nearby to and, when they encountered disambiguating information regarding past sentences. Similarly, Ted Gibson and colleagues have found that typical adults will endorse near neighbor interpretations of sentences, especially when other information makes that near neighbor interpretation highly likely. So for instance, upon reading the mother handed a mop the sister, a relatively implausible double object sentence, people will often interpret that as the mother handed a mop to the sister, which is only one string added away. Now, motivated by evidence like this, rational inference accounts have suggested that rational inference guides response to exactly this type of uncertainty. When uncertainty is high, perceivers and comprehenders are more likely to accept these near neighbor substitutes. Additional evidence of this comes from contextual manipulation by Gibson and colleagues. They found that when readers were provided with a high proportion of ungrammatical filler sentences with missing or extra function words, that increased the likelihood that they would accept near neighbor interpretations of the sort that we described a moment ago. Now, critically for our current talk, this can help us understand not only responses to context, but also potentially aphasia. And then the intuition here, proposed by Gibson and colleagues in a 2015 paper, is that people with impairments that lower the certainty of their sentence level interpretations will be more likely to accept near neighbor interpretations due to increased uncertainty in the match between the input they've received and corresponding grammatical representations. Gibson and colleagues provide some evidence for this from a small sample of people with aphasia, as well as some neurotypical controls. And what they did was they measured the likelihood of people enacting near neighbor interpretations in an act-out task. And they compared two pairs of structures here. The first was a double object and prepositional object pair, like the one we saw before, which is one string at distance from one another. And the second is an active-passive pair. Passives are commonly impaired among people with aphasia, and these are two string edits away from one another. Gibson and colleagues found that all participants were more likely to enact near neighbor interpretations when those interpretations were plausible. Furthermore, they found that they were more likely to enact near neighbor interpretations when they involved fewer edits, so for example, for DO and PO structures versus active and passive structures, or deletions. They were more likely to enact near neighbor interpretations for double objects compared to prepositional objects. Critically, they also found that people with aphasia were more likely to enact near neighbor interpretations than controls. And this is expected if greater uncertainty is contributing to or driving people with aphasia's interpretations. They also showed, people with aphasia also showed stronger effects of plausibility on the likelihood of enacting such a near neighbor interpretation than controls did, though that interaction wasn't reliable. And this provides at least preliminary evidence of rational adaptation to increased uncertainty by this group of people with aphasia. Now, these findings do provide suggestive evidence that rational inference and critically response to heightened uncertainty is helpful in understanding aphasia. However, they leave open at least two key questions. First, Gibson and colleagues' data came from a relatively small sample of people with aphasia and also from a potentially difficult act-out task. It's unclear how robust and replicable these findings are. Second, it's worth noting that many accounts of aphasia predict that people with aphasia should be more likely to accept alternative interpretations than controls are. It's unclear how likely the observed findings are to be the result of uncertainty rather than something else. Therefore, in this study, we're going after these questions in a couple of different studies. The first study provides a replication and extension of Gibson et al. 2015 with a larger sample of people with aphasia with an easier task, looking for evidence of rational adaptation to increased uncertainty, not only at the group, but also at the individual level. And second, we're interested in going after whether it's uncertainty specifically which is likely to be behind this. And we do this through an adaptation of study 1. And the intuition is this: if data patterns for people with aphasia in study 1, as well as Gibson et al., are driven by high uncertainty, then neurotypical participants with high uncertainty due to degraded perceptual input should show the same kinds of patterns. For both studies here, we use the following method. We use the sentence picture matching task, fairly familiar. I'm glad you're all playing along. And we played people's sentences kind of like the following.
The janitor lends the mop, the teacher.
So we provide people with 2 different sets of items, 20 stimuli involving DO or PO structures, and 40 stimuli involving active or passive structures. These are a superset of the stimuli from Gibson et al. 2015, so thank you, Ted. For study 1, the participants were 16 neurotypical controls, as well as 16 people with aphasia. They ranged in their age, time post-onset, and years of education. They also were from mildly to moderately impaired based on their performance on the comprehension of aphasia test. And also, importantly, they ranged in their performance on the spoken sentence comprehension subscale of the CAT. And this is a measure of person-level sentence comprehension impairment, which I'll come back to in a few minutes. So let me tell you what we found. First, we replicated 3 key findings of Gibson and colleagues 2015. We found main effects of structure with more near-neighbor interpretations when the alternative structure was closer for DOs and POs compared to passives and actives, as well as for DOs compared to POs. We also found a reliable main effect of plausibility with more near-neighbor interpretations when the alternative interpretation is plausible, as well as a main effect of group with people with aphasia accepting more near-neighbor interpretations than controls. And this is consistent with higher uncertainty. Let me show you what those results look like now. What we've done is we've plotted here the proportion of accurate responses. Lower bars here indicate higher, more near-neighbor interpretations being accepted. So what you can see first is that the dark bars, which are PWA, are all lower than the lighter bars. That's the main effective group. In addition, we see that the DO-PO bars are lower than the active-passive bars. That's a main effective structure, as is the set of DO-PO bars, which are lower than the DO bars, which are lower than the PO bars. In addition, there's a main effect of plausibility with the red underlined implausible items having higher rates of near-neighbor interpretation acceptance. So we also found novel evidence in favor of a rational inference account. First, we found a reliable interaction of group and plausibility, with people with aphasia showing a larger effect of plausibility for controls. This was fully reliable for the active-passive structures, which had more stimuli than but it wasn't for the DO-PO structures. There was also an interaction of structure and degree of sentence comprehension impairment. So there was an effective sentence comprehension impairment such that people who were more impaired on the CAT subscore showed more near-neighbor interpretations. And it was more pronounced for 2 edit conditions than 1 edit conditions, which is consistent with a higher uncertainty here at the individual as well as the group level. However, it's unclear whether these patterns are driven by uncertainty. Now, we know from previous work testing comprehension of DO-PO structures in people with hearing loss, as well as active-passive comprehension in difficult listening conditions, in particular hearing and noise, that interpretation of these structures is sensitive to perceptual uncertainty. So motivated by these findings, the goal in study 2 is to test neurotypical participants on the protocol from study 1 with artificially inflated uncertainty. And we did that by presenting 2 different groups of college-age neurotypicals with 2 different versions of the stimuli. The first group had just the same stimuli. The second group had simulated hearing loss, which was created by low-pass filtering the study 1 materials, attenuating acoustic information over 2,000 hertz, which simulates the age-related hearing loss that many of us experience. So here's what those sounded like to give you a feeling.
The janitor lends the mop, the teacher.
All right. So here's what we found. First, we found the same basic patterns as study 1 with main effects of structure, plausibility, and group. But here, group swaps in simulated hearing loss for people with aphasia. Let me show you the results, first breaking them out by structure pairs. First, we saw the DO, take a look at the DO-PO items. We see, again, effects of more near-neighbor interpretations for DOs and POs, as well as more near-neighbor interpretations for the implausible conditions. For the purposes of illustration, now let me compare those to the data from people with aphasia. As you can see, they're pretty strikingly similar. Now let me show you the data for the active-passive pairs for the for simulated hearing loss folks. Here, the pattern is somewhat different from the pattern with people with aphasia. You can see here is that there was higher accuracy overall and not as clear evidence of an interaction. However, we did find novel evidence in study 2, specifically in favor of a rational inference account centered on uncertainty. There was an interaction of group and plausibility, with the simulated hearing loss group showing larger effects of plausibility than the no hearing loss group. This was reliable for the DO-PO structures, with a larger sample in this case compared to study 1 as well as Gibson et al. 2015, but not for the active-passive structures, it's worth noting, as the previous figures just illustrated. So what we see here in study 2 is strikingly similar patterns for DO-PO structures in both study 1 and study 2, but a different pattern for active-passive structures between study 1 and study 2. There were clear effects of plausibility for people with aphasia in study 1, but not so clear for the simulated hearing loss group. One possible explanation for this is that the low-pass filter strongly degraded the two, but might have been less effective at distorting the material which was needed to accept the two-edit active-passive distortion. In an effort to follow that up, Kristen Nunn, for her master's thesis, is trying this with a different auditory filter, a broadened auditory filter, which simulates the perceptual input that people with cochlear implants receive. To give you a feeling for what that sounds like, here we go. Believe it or not, people get used to that after about 10 trials. So, the current findings suggest that uncertainty regarding sentence-level interpretation, as in rational inference accounts, may be an important independent factor that contributes to sentence comprehension performance among people with aphasia. It's worth noting that while many aphasia models predict poor performance for double object structures and for prepositional dative structures, none that we're aware of predict poorer performance for DO-PO structures than for active-passive structures. That's really unique to the rational inference account. Now, it's also worth noting that rational inference approaches cannot replace traditional models of aphasia, or of hearing loss for that matter. Traditional aphasia accounts focus on why and when, where, for which particular structures uncertainty may arise for people with aphasia, for example, due to degraded representations or slowed or inefficient processing. Rational inference accounts play a critical complementary role. Rational inference accounts focus on the impact of increased uncertainty on comprehenders' performance, and therefore both of these approaches are critical to understanding aphasia. Thank you to our funders, our colleagues, and our lab mates, and thanks to all of you for listening.
All right, we have about 3 minutes for questions. Please state your name and your affiliation before you give your question.
Hey, Mike, this is, well, didn't mean to do that. So this was very nice.
Thanks.
I have a question about, my name is Ev.
Hi, Ev.
Hi, Mike. I have a question about, so I liked that you said in the last slide that the goal of different accounts of aphasia may be different a little bit in trying to understand where the uncertainty rises. And I wanted to pick your brain about the empirical side. So are there phenomena in sentence level comprehension in persons with aphasia where this account doesn't do well, the rational inference account?
Yeah, right. Great question. Thanks for it. So, so the particular pairs of structures which are here are critically disambiguated from one another solely by a limited set of function words which are likely to be perceptually degraded. There are other structures which are a challenge for people with aphasia, for example, object-extracted clefs or relative clauses, where word order information and other grammatical structure in addition to function words is responsible for that. Presumably the increased uncertainty of this sort is going to do a relatively poor job in accounting for those kinds of cases. Yeah, thanks.
Dwayne Watson, Vanderbilt University.
Yeah, hi Dwayne, thanks.
Okay. So my question is, was that Rick Astley that I heard you?
Why, yes, Dwayne, it was. Oh. Yes. And yes, I have just rickrolled everyone in the entire room. Thank you. Yes.
Sorry. I'm Sarah Brownschmidt from Vanderbilt.
Hi.
And I had a translational question. So knowing this, can we translate into practice what you're saying? Like, could we tell caretakers uncertainty is present, do X?
That's an absolutely wonderful question. I'm delighted that you asked. So let me answer it in two different ways. So at a person level, sort of in interacting with family members and caregivers and loved ones, reminding people that uncertainty is present and therefore it may be important, for example, to repeat things multiple times can be potentially useful. This also may provide us with some insight into treatment strategies. If we can adapt or implement multimodal treatment strategies which provide reinforcement, for example, gestural reinforcement or other kinds of reinforcement, which is relatively likely to be in areas which are separate from the brain insult, to reinforce relevant representations which are likely to be uncertain, we may be able to increase their utility for people with aphasia, both for comprehension and production. And I can talk for a long time offline about what those kinds of approaches might be like. Thanks.
Let's thank our speaker.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to thank introduce our next speaker. Elise Hopman will be telling us a little bit about producing during language learning affects comprehension.
Okay. So let's think about how speaking and listening during second language learning. Is that better? So let's think about how speaking and listening during early second language learning would affect later language comprehension. Imagine a production-focused second language learning curriculum in which students are asked to speak in the new language immediately, not just trying to repeat one or two words, but instead being asked to produce whole grammatical sentences within the first hour. Such an intense production-focused experience would of course improve production ability. However, we hypothesize that this focused production experience would also improve comprehension performance when compared to a more comprehension-focused curriculum. So more specifically, we're suggesting that production might be a stronger learning experience than comprehension, and that this learning might transfer from production to comprehension. So let's consider the first claim here. We think that language production might be a stronger learning experience than language comprehension. Why would we predict this? There's some evidence from the memory literature that's suggestive that producing might be a stronger learning experience than comprehending. When you speak, it requires more attention than when you listen. And this increased attention might improve learning. You also hear yourself talk, and this adds listening experience. This is known as the production effect. When learning lists of words, you remember words that you spoke out loud better than words that you only heard. Finally, production involves recalling words from memory, whereas in comprehension, you only have to recognize what is said. This is known as the testing effect. It has been shown when learning new words that recall practice leads to better learning than recognition practice. However, these memory results are all at the single word level. And while this is relevant, language processing goes beyond the single word level because language involves dependencies between words. So here we want to investigate the role of production in sentence level learning. Okay, so let's think about what happens during language production. When we're speaking, we're mapping from a message to an utterance. And there's serial order planning involved in language production, ordering the components of the to-be-produced utterance and binding them in working memory during planning and production. This binding may strengthen the learning of dependencies among items. So production processes could yield improved grammatical learning beyond any boost to learning of individual words. Of course, it's a question whether or not this learning would transfer to comprehension. The other way around, any learning that happens during comprehension does immediately benefit later comprehension performance. However, rather than thinking of comprehension as involving all of these same detailed representations, comprehenders may also settle for a good enough interpretation without a detailed analysis of all the syntactic dependencies, especially early on in second language learning. So production practice may be a stronger learning experience than comprehension practice for later comprehension skills. So in order to test the hypothesis that producing improves later comprehension, especially of grammatical dependencies, we designed an artificial language learning experiment. People learn languages in either a comprehension condition or a production learning condition. And after training, we tested participants' comprehension performance with a focus on learning of grammatical dependencies. And as explained, we predict that production participants will outperform comprehension participants. While production and comprehension are inherently different, we carefully designed our training tasks to balance some of those differences between our learning conditions. And I'll tell you how we set up that training. We want people in both conditions to have a learning experience that's as similar as possible. So both groups get passive and active learning experience. All participants start to learn new words in a passive exposure task, where they see a picture and hear a word, and this is exactly the same in both conditions. For people in the comprehension condition, the active learning task is to make a match-mismatch judgment. So they see a picture and they hear a phrase, and then they have to indicate whether they think the phrase matches or mismatches the picture. And on half of the trials they see, it mismatches in one or more of the words. After this, they get feedback in the form of the correct word. Producers, on the other hand, get a speaking task, where they're asked to name the picture. And they too get feedback in the form of the correct word once they're done talking. The first part of these active tasks is different. But it's important to note that they're controlled to balance two of the earlier mentioned differences from the memory literature between production and comprehension that we're not interested in testing here. To control for attention, both producers and comprehenders have an active task where they need to engage with the materials and do something. We also control for listening experience. So production participants hear themselves say something which may or may not be correct, but comprehension participants also hear something which may or may not be correct. So we teach people the language by iterating through these passive and active tasks with equal amount of each type of trials in both conditions, gradually building up from single words to full sentences. So let's look at what a full sentence in our language looks like.
Zevok, Magok, Chag, At, Zevok, Holon.
Okay, so this is the sentence that you just heard as it refers to the animation you just saw. And real participants never saw the language written out, they only ever heard it. And the pseudo-English translation would be something like, the yellow monster with spots moves at the planet with the river. This language has 18 words in total, and this is a pretty long sentence. So it might seem like a hard language for people to learn. But from piloting, we know that people can learn this full language within an hour. There's a lot of dependencies in this language. Number agreement, gender agreement, and both adjacent and non-adjacent dependencies. The data I'm going to show you today is averaged over all of those dependencies, since none of that interacted with learning condition. So to illustrate the stimuli, I'll just use number agreement as my example throughout. Notice that there's 4 words in this sentence that take on the same suffix. And this is what that same sentence would have been if it were about 2 monsters. Okay, so let's walk through the experiment. We trained 60 comprehension participants and 62 production participants. And the first test we did after training was a screening test to see if participants had learned the individual words. And based on piloting, we set the threshold to be 80% correct. And most participants in both groups passed that threshold with no difference between groups. So the results I'll talk about today will only take these 104 participants into account. So then we had both some first choice and some error monitoring measures, both of which were comprehension tests. In the first choice comprehension measure, we had a vocabulary and phrases test, as well as a suffix understanding test. And since we're especially interested in learning of grammatical dependencies, I'll use this as an example item to explain the measure. So in the suffix understanding test, people hear a fragment and have to choose which of two pictures it matches.
Famoka, Wimoka, Chag, At.
So if you know what the suffixes mean, you should be faster and more accurate to pick out the correct picture. In this case, the suffix oko is plural, so the correct answer is the two monsters on the right. So our dependent variables here are accuracy and reaction time. And then in our error monitoring during comprehension measure, we had word order errors as well as suffix agreement errors, which I'll use as my example. And it's important to note that this measure also included correct sentences. So we want to see if people are aware that all 4 suffixes in the sentence have to agree. So we test that by having people listen to sentences and have them judge whether the sentence is grammatical or not, without seeing a picture on the screen that the sentence refers to.
Vok, Famok, Zautoko, Stam, At, Havok, Creole.
So in this example, the suffix on the third word does not agree with the other words. And again, our dependent variables here are accuracy and reaction time. So to summarize, for each of these comprehension tests, we got measures of accuracy and reaction time. And all of those results are printed in the abstract, but in the interest of time, I'll mainly focus on the results from the suffix tests here, but I'll start with the vocabulary and phrases test accuracy scores because we use those as a covariate. For the covariate, we tested understanding of words when you hear them in a sentence. Because if you're hearing a sentence and you're struggling to understand the words in there, that might affect your ability to comprehend the grammatical dependencies between the words. I'm plotting here the accuracy score for the vocabulary and phrases test. Y-axis is proportion correct, and on the x-axis I have both learning conditions. And remember that we trained people to ceiling on single word understanding in the screening test. So we're hoping that they're equal on this more difficult test stepping into vocabulary as well. And we do find that people in both learning conditions do equally well. There's no significant differences here. We do, however, have a range of individual differences with considerable variation. And we use a participant's individual score here as a covariate to regress out a measure of vocabulary. This way, any differences between groups in knowledge of suffixes are true over and above potential differences in word understanding. So let's go to the results of the dependency tests now. We'll start by looking at the suffix comprehension test. Remember, that's the one where participants have to choose between 2 pictures. We'll look at accuracy first. So I'm plotting proportion correct on the y-axis, and the x-axis will have the comprehension and the production learning condition. We predict that production experience will help you understand the suffixes better, so higher accuracy here for the production learning condition, which is indeed what we find. Producers are significantly more accurate over and above that vocabulary covariate. We also looked at speed. I'm plotting reaction time on the y-axis here, and both learning conditions on the x-axis. We predict that production experience will help you be faster at understanding what the suffixes mean, so lower reaction time here for the production learning condition, which is again what we find. Participants in the production learning condition are significantly faster. Then let's look at the results of the agreement error test. We'll start by looking at accuracy again, with proportion correct on the y-axis and both learning conditions on the x-axis. We predict that producing during learning will give participants an advantage in catching these agreement errors, which is indeed what we find. The production learning condition is significantly more accurate here. Then we also look at speed. So I'm plotting reaction time on the y-axis and learning condition on the x-axis, and we predict that producing the language during learning will also make you faster at catching agreement errors, which is what we find. Production participants are significantly faster. So to summarize, in 2 tests of agreement, we found that the production group was faster and more accurate than the comprehension group, over and above any differences in vocabulary understanding, and while reducing for the effects of attention and listening experience, showing that, as we hypothesized, production experience during learning improves comprehension performance of the grammatical regularities we're interested in. So, production is a stronger learning experience than comprehension, and this learning during production does transfer to comprehension. This result has several theoretical implications. It extends the memory results I discussed beyond the single word level. And as for the debate about overlapping representations in comprehension and production, these results are consistent with there being overlap between production and comprehension, at least at the grammatical level, as evidenced by the transfer of learning that we see here. So I'd like to thank everyone who was involved in this research, and I'm excited to hear your thoughts and happy to take any questions.
I'm Jerry Altman. I hope I'm still at UConn. So I just wanted to ask a question about the training that I may have missed and the difference between the comprehension and production groups. So the comprehension people had a fourth choice where they would click yes or no in a match-mismatch test. And I wondered if you had yoked the production people so that they would utter a word, and on occasion, they would utter the wrong word, and they'd say, no, that is the wrong word. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I do think it's relevant to, I do think it might matter whether the input that you hear during training, whether it's from yourself or from the experiment, how often that's wrong or not. Honestly, this was just a start. So we started with 50% correct in the comprehension condition. And we have thought about in future maybe replications of this to yoke it.
So one thing you could possibly do, I don't know if you can pull it out statistically, but you've presumably got information from the comprehenders, how many times they heard a mismatching pair, and look to see if that predicts their performance in any way. If it did, then you'd know that would be something you'd have to control for if you want to actually match your two groups.
Yeah, we're actually in the process of analyzing how, because the analyses and the data that I showed you today were all about the comprehension performance afterwards, but we're in the process of analyzing what people actually did during training and how that affected their performance at test. So yeah, thanks.
Okay, it was a great talk, by the way. I really enjoyed it, and I have actually learned the OCO prefix.
Yes. Hi, my name's Laura Moret. I'm at Yale currently, and I'm moving to the University of Alabama. I had a related question in a way. I was wondering, so is it the case, if I'm not mistaken, it's the case that in the production learning condition, they are not given feedback, right?
So actually, in both conditions, you do get feedback. You don't get explicit feedback, but after you try and utter the word, so maybe that might be magoko or something, or magok because it's singular, you do then, after you're done talking, you hear what the correct utterance would have been. So that's not explicit feedback saying, hey, what you did was wrong or right, but it is feedback in the sense that if you compare the two.
Yeah, the reason I asked was because I don't know how familiar you are with like the methods of second language teaching, but it reminds me very much of a method called audiolingualism that was kind of in favor back in the 50s, in which basically the way it worked was the teacher would say something and the student would either repeat it or they would have to do something, like they might have to inflect the verb or something of that nature, but it was very rote, it was like very drill-like, and it fell very much out of favor after that. In like the 70s and 80s in favor of more comprehension-based, where it was thought that like second language learners shouldn't produce, they should act like babies who can't speak and that sort of thing. So anyway, so I mean, that's just kind of, you know, another direction, but I was just, you know, I just wanted to bring that up because I thought it was relevant.
Yeah, that's really interesting, actually. I had never heard of that account. What I will say, though, is that the way we think about this is, because we never explicitly teach any of these participants anything about the grammar. And in that sense, they're asked to generate, just generate the word for the picture before they get the feedback. So they're not really like repeating in that sense. So I do think of this as more like implicit, like.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why I asked about feedback, was because, I mean, that's a key part of the method.
Yeah,
Thank you.
No, but thanks. I will look that research up. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll thank our speaker.
No, I'm using that computer because mine wasn't working.
This is like for a very smooth transition.
Yeah.
Okay, you should be all set, right?
How can I switch to full screen? I'm not familiar with Max.
All right, our next speaker will be Titus van der Malsberg, and he will be talking to us about the president will give her inaugural speech, explicit beliefs and implicit expectations in language production and comprehension.
Hi, does anyone know how we can switch to full screen? I'm not familiar with Max. Is it this one? Okay, maybe it's good enough. Not quite what I wanted, but okay. Everyone can see it, okay? So hi, These are my wonderful collaborators in this. And I want to start this presentation using this quote, which nicely illustrates the issues that we're concerned with in this research. And this is from a speech that this guy gave. Some of you may remember him. And a year ago at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and it was a very entertaining speech. And the thing he said here was, this time next year, someone else will be standing here in this very spot, and it's anybody's guess who she will be, okay? And from today's perspective, this is a rather sad quote, but at the time, it was very funny. It was funny because he used the pronoun she, and as sentence processing researchers, we're in a very good position to unpack why this is actually funny, right? I think there are a bunch of things going on, and the first thing maybe is that he sets up a discourse in which he pretends to be uncertain about who is going to win the race, and then he sneaks in this pronoun, which implies that he's very strongly convinced that it's going to be Hillary Clinton, right? And the other thing is that he's also playing with the fact that there are two different sources of knowledge that are competing in making a prediction about what their pronoun is going to be, right? Because there's stereotypical knowledge. Presidents in the past used to be male, and they still are. And so based on that, we would expect to see maybe a male pronoun. But there's also up-to-date word knowledge, which is that Hillary Clinton is running, and she had a very good chance at winning, right? So female pronoun is actually not such a bad choice, okay? And by using the female pronoun, he's forcefully tipping the balance in favor of one of the two possibilities, okay? So there are three different things that are going on here. There's three different sources of knowledge that are involved. There's gender stereotypical knowledge, there's up-to-date word knowledge, and there's discourse knowledge. And the high-level question that we're asking in this research is, how do these sources of information jointly interact to shape linguistic expectations in this specific case for the gender of a pronoun, okay? And the question is, how can we investigate this? We could do a lab-based experiment, but we tried to do something else in this case, and specifically we made use of the fact that history was basically conducting an experiment for us, so we didn't have to do it. And the experiment was the US presidential race, and a large-scale natural experiment in which our collective beliefs about the world were being manipulated through the behavior of the candidates, through news media, Twitter, and so on. Okay, so the basic idea here is to use texts like this one, like this quote here, and to see how the interpretation and the use of pronouns and the comprehension of pronouns changes over time as people's beliefs about the outcome of their election are changing, right? So that is the idea, and here's how we went about this. So data collection was over the course of a little bit more than a half year. We started in June, which was before the California Democratic primary, which was a very important milestone in the race, and we ended after the inauguration, so not so long ago. Data collection was performed through Amazon Mechanical Turk, and we measured over 24,000 participants, each of which contributed just a single trial, okay? And there were three different components to this study. The first one, which basically provided our, you could call it independent variable, was an experiment where we tested people's beliefs about whether the next president is going to be male or female, okay? And so that is our independent variable. And then there was a second component where we tested people's use of pronoun in a production task over time as a function of their beliefs, which we know now. And there was a third component in which we tested people's comprehension of those pronouns, okay? And I'm going to show you in more detail how this worked. This is component one, which was very simple. This is a screenshot from the experiment, so this is pretty much all there was. So people had a list of the three different candidates that were in the race at that time, and they had to assign numbers between 0 and 100 to indicate how likely they think each candidate is to win. And from that, we derived the implicit probability of that candidate being a man or a woman. So there was no explicit reference to gender whatsoever, not in this component, not in any of the other components of this study. It was all implicit, okay? So here are the results. We see on the x-axis, we see time from the Democratic primary until after the inauguration. And on the y-axis is the probabilities, the subjective probability on average, right? And what we can see is that at the beginning of the race, people tended to think that a man was going to win. There were still two men in the race, right? So Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump. But then this probability, the probability of the president, future president being female, increased over time, not very much, but almost monotonically, I think, well, something like that. And then, of course, after the election, it dropped, right? Very unsurprisingly. And it didn't drop to zero because the recount effort was going on, so it made sense for people to, that was the last glimmer of hope, right? So what we see here is that the belief is changing, and it's changing in a certain direction, which was very convenient for us. And these changes are highly significant. And so coming to the production task, that was also a very simple task. There was a first sentence that was fixed that set the stage and introduced the antecedent for the pronoun. The next US president will be sworn into office in January 2017. And that was followed by a sentence fragment, not just one, but there were a bunch, and that people had to complete in whichever way they wanted. So for example, after moving into the Oval Office, one of the first things that, and there was a high chance that people would use a reference to the US president to complete the sentence, okay? Not all the time. And the possibilities in this case were he, she, or singular they, of course. And I'm going to outline some predictions. They're a bit simplistic, but their main purpose is to give you a sense of the kinds of things that we may expect to see in the data. So these predictions here are that as the female president becomes more likely, which we know that's what happened, right? We should see fewer male pronouns, okay? Maybe no change in gender neutral references because they're compatible with any case. And I said it's simplistic, right? And we should see more female pronouns. Okay. And so this is what we get. So again, time is on the x-axis. The proportion of how often each type of pronoun was used is on the y-axis. And the blue line is for female pronouns. And we see they were used rather rarely, and they didn't change over time. Okay, so that didn't really happen. But people were clearly not insensitive to the issue because they strongly shifted from male pronouns to ambiguous references, and these were singular they, but also instances of he/she and things like that, right? Pronouns, but where they made clear that there's uncertainty, where that uncertainty was explicit, okay? So we can see that people's use of pronouns is very sensitive to changes in their beliefs, which is interesting because those changes were very small, right? We started pretty much with a coin toss, and we ended pretty much with a coin toss. And to make it a little bit clearer how tightly linked pronoun use is to people's beliefs, I'm going to pick out this line here and compare it to the line that we saw previously. How can I go back? Here. Look. These are very similar lines, right? So one is basically just the shifted version of the other one. So there seems to be a pretty tight relationship between these two things. We measure two very different things, and the lines look more or less the same. So that's great. So coming to the comprehension task, that was also a very similar task. There was, again, this stage-setting sentence, which was fixed. The US president will be sworn into office in January 2017. And then we showed two more sentences, each of which contained a pronoun referring to the president, okay, after moving into the Oval Office. One of the first things that he, she, they, it was just one of them, will do is hold a staff briefing. And the third one was also describing something that is very stereotypical president's business, right? Like getting the nuclear codes for something like that, right? During the inauguration speech, the president will emphasize their commitment to resolve outstanding issues, for example. So, and that allows us to manipulate discourse, right? Because that is the third component that we hypothesized would play a role here or, and influence pronoun processing, okay? So people read mini discourses like that. Every participant just one. And so the full design of that experiment was this here. So we orthogonally crossed the gender male and female pronouns in the second and in the third sentence. So there were discourse match condition and there were discourse mismatch condition where the third sentence used a different gender than the second one, right? And then it was also the singular they condition, which was always matched, okay? So again, here are some simplistic predictions for some of the outcomes, things we're going to look at. For example here, as the female becomes more likely, we would expect decreased reading times for she, right? It's less surprising maybe. No change in reading times for a singular they, and increased reading times for he, okay? So that are our predictions, and here in the plot you can see it. So the idea is that in the ideal case, the line for male pronouns and she pronouns would cross, okay? Because at the beginning, male candidate was seen as the more likely outcome, towards the end a female candidate, okay? So this is what we get. Again, time on the x-axis, and we have reading times on the y-axis, and the color coding is same as before. And these lines are showing the reading times summed up for the pronoun, where it says first pronoun, it's just pronoun, well, it's also the first pronoun, and the four subsequent words, because the effect appears not necessarily on the pronoun itself, but also on the subsequent words. We can look at this, have a closer look at that later on. Okay, so that's why these numbers are rather high, because these are several regions of interest. So what do we see? One prediction was kind of confirmed. There was a little bit of an increase in the reading times for male pronouns, okay? But it was very, very small. And compared to this massive penalty that we have for female pronouns, okay? Their reading times were so much longer. And the gap didn't close at all, right? So we are very far from that. And there is, of course, no crossing of the lines, okay? The reading times of singular they didn't change much. We don't have any evidence for that. So what we see is that in contrast to production, comprehension is really driven and dominated by gender stereotypes, okay? Up-to-date word knowledge is not really deployed. There is a little bit of an effect, but it's not very strong. So there is quite a difference between productions and comprehension in this respect. So let's look at the discourse manipulation, okay? Because in the previous sentence, there was nothing yet in terms of discourse going on. That's what the third sentence is about. And here we see two conditions, and the two conditions where the discourse was matching, okay? The discourse is intact, and people read either a male pronoun, fine, or they read a female pronoun, and it's pretty okay, right? So there's still a little bit of a penalty, but it's much, much smaller than before. You can't really compare it, but it's about a fifth of the size that we would have had in the first sentence. So there's just a small penalty. So the discourse, basically discourse information overrides to a large extent our stereotypical knowledge, oh, stop. Okay, good. So this is the discourse mismatch effect. I overlooked the previous. And the interaction is basically additive. So there is a little bit of a penalty for female pronouns, but a very big discourse mismatch effect, and those are more or less additive. So I just want to say, and skip over those. There's a little bit of a difference in the time course of those effects. So we see these big differences between production and comprehension, and this is a very rich data set. So there's much more going on because we have demographic variables for all participants, and those are very revealing about what this data really means. So that is interesting, where there's not enough time. I think psycholinguistic field research with these methods online is pretty interesting, and there are so many cool questions we can ask that we could not address in lab-based experiments. So I think there is a lot of potential for more research in this area. Thank you. This is maybe one idea for an experiment, right?
Do we have time? So I agree that field psycholinguistics is a lot of fun, and this is a great study. I was curious whether, this is actually more of a service announcement, whether or not you collected information about the client, the web browser, and the computer.
Yeah.
Because that has a major effect on reaction times.
Uh-huh. So we did check that when we ran 2 pilot studies, and we found that some people, for example, are using smartphones, and then everything looks entirely different. But that's very rare. So we were actually surprised that like more than 99% of people are using a real computer and up-to-date computer, and that's because a lot of the workers on Mechanical Turk, they don't do it for fun, they do it for a living, and they want to make sure they have good working conditions. So they typically have an up-to-date computer that is fast and is using an up-to-date browser. But it still that is something that goes in the error term, along with a lot of other different things, of course.
Even there, you can get a several hundred millisecond difference in reaction times across platforms. You can still get a several hundred millisecond difference in reaction times across platforms, which would be worrisome if you're trying to do individual differences where you suspect platform might correlate with, say, political beliefs, which is something that actually probably is true.
That's interesting.
That won't affect the analyses you showed us, but it would potentially affect any sort of like individual subject correlations you wanted to do.
Good point. We should look into this. Yeah, we do have the information to do this.
So I just have a...
Sure.
Great. Well, let's
Thank
take
you.
our speaker. All right, for our next talk, Mara Bream will be talking to us about word durations and the cat in the hat are affected by metrical hierarchy and rhyme predictability. Thank you.
So at many previous CUNY conferences and other conferences across time, we've learned an awful lot about the types of factors that influence word durations during speech production. And we can categorize those factors in at least two categories. So on the one hand, we can talk about intrinsic factors, so features of the words themselves that influence duration. So for example, word length, words with more phonemes are longer. Word frequency, words with lower frequencies are produced with longer durations than high frequency words. Word class, so open class words are longer than closed class words. And then we can also talk about contextual factors, so the environment in which that word is produced. So for example, syntactic structure, so words that coincide with syntactic boundaries tend to be longer than those that do not. Discourse status, so words that are new or important in the discourse are longer than those that are not. Repetition, so first mentions are longer than repetitions. And predictability. So words that are highly predictable are shorter than words that are not predictable. But a feature that has been missing from a lot of these is the role of hierarchical metric structure. And you may be wondering why might that be important? And I'll just give you a brief example of why I think that would be important.
Now, have no fear, said the cat. My tricks are not bad, said the cat in the hat. Why, we can have fun, lots of good fun, if you wish, with a game that I call Up with a Fish.
Put me down, said the fish. This is not fun at all. Put me down, said the fish. I do not want to fall.
So here's the former First Family doing a recitation of The Cat in the Hat by Dr. Seuss to a group of school children in South Africa. Now, why would they be using this particular text? Well, pretty much because it's the best example of this sort of genre of highly metrically regular rhyming text that we often see when we're interacting with children. So other reasons, and this is going to be the focus of the work that I'm talking about today. So The Cat in the Hat is a wonderful text. It's been translated into at least 12 languages, and now 60 years after publication, it's still one of the best-selling children's books on Amazon. And it's routinely touted as an excellent first reader introduction for kids. And so the research questions that are kind of driving this research are, first of all, how does exposure to these metrically regular rhyming texts actually support literacy development? So what might be the cognitive underpinnings of such an effect? I'm not going to be able to answer that question today, but the question that I am going to try to answer is, how do productions of these metrically regular rhyming texts differ from prose productions? And we can look specifically at the features that really differentiate these, that really mark them. And so those are, first of all, the hierarchical metrical structure and the rhyming structure. So here's a piece of the text that you heard from Sasha Obama. Put me down, said the fish, this is no fun at all. Put me down, said the fish, I do not wish to fall. So you can hear that that's very metrically regular, and then this very consistent rhyming structure. And so we know a little bit about how metric structure does influence word durations, so that metrically strong syllables tend to be longer than metrically weak syllables, but very little about the role of hierarchical metric structure in word production. And so that's what we're going to be looking at here. And the goal is to see to what extent hierarchical metric structure accounts for word durations over and above all of these other factors that we know influence word durations. And so to model hierarchical metric structure, I'm adapting a model from Fab and Halle, 2008. And so the way this model works is that first you go through the verse, and for every syllable, you just assign an asterisk, regardless of whether that's a strong syllable or a weak syllable. And then so we're going to call that metric level 1. And then to get to metric level 2, you look at the metrical feet, and you take the head of the metrical foot, and that you promote to metric level 2. And so the Cat in the Hat is an anapestic tetrameter, so it's made up of anapes, which are metrical feet with a weak, weak, strong pattern. And so what we do here is we promote the head of the anapest up to metric level 2. And now to create the rest of the hierarchy, you take each set of asterisks, you group them by 2, and you promote the rightmost asterisk to the next level. So the way that that works is you would take each 2, promote the next one to the next level. So now at metric level 3, we have fish, all, fish, fall. Now we do the same thing to get to metric level 4, where now we have all and fall. And then finally, we have all and fall. We group those together, and we get metric level 5, which is just fall in this case. I went through that quickly. Here it is again. So we can see the syllables that we assign to metric level 1 in purple, metric level 2 in blue, metric level 3 in green, metric level 4 in yellow, and then finally metric level 5 in red. But so of course to actually model word durations in a corpus of cat in the hat productions, which is what I'm going to do, we also need to account for all of those features that I said have been also shown to influence word duration. So we annotated the text for all of these other features. So word length, right, with again the prediction that longer words, words with more phonemes will be produced with longer durations than those with less. Word frequency, so here you're looking at log frequency. And so again, we would predict that words with lower frequencies like fish might be longer than words with higher frequencies like said. Word class, so again, open class words have longer durations than closed class words. We annotated syntactic structure using the left-right boundary model developed by Watson and Gibson in 2004. And so the way this works is that you simply look at the size of the syntactic constituent that's been completed at that point of a word and the size of the syntactic constituent that is starting following that word, and that's the left-right boundary weight, with the prediction that the higher that left-right boundary weight, the larger the duration, the longer the duration of that word. We annotated discourse status using a trick that Dr. Seuss uses a lot in his books, which is font emphasis, right? So font emphasis means presenting words in italics or bold or capitalization. And so in this text, 26 out of the 1,625 words in the text are written in caps. And so we predict that those words are going to be produced with longer durations than those that are not. We looked at intraverse repetition by annotating the words that were repeated within an individual verse. So in that case, it's put me down, said the fish. So now that we've done all that annotation, we can look at to what extent all of these features can account for word durations in a corpus of recitations of the Cat in the Hat. So the corpus that I'm talking about consists of 17 female speakers' production of the book. 7 of them read it to an audience of 4 to 5-year-olds in a quiet classroom, and 10 read it in a quiet room in the lab. And as of yet, we have found no systematic difference between those productions, so I'm collapsing over them here. So the sound files were force-aligned to the text and then hand-corrected for errors. And we excluded some of the data points for analysis. So first of all, we excluded all multisyllabic words, which is not a lot in this book, only 49 out of 1,625. But we removed those because there's interesting ways in which multisyllabic words interact with word duration. We excluded page final words from the text because we didn't want word durations to be inflated by the time it takes someone to turn the page. We deleted repetitions and disfluencies, and we excluded word durations which were greater than 3 standard deviations above the mean for an individual speaker duration. So in total, out of 27,625 possible words, we analyzed 25,433. So the specific duration measures that we looked at, there are 2 of them. The first one is interword interval, and so that's the duration of the word itself plus any following silence. So you can see here the word all in this production. The interword interval would be the duration of all plus that silence, so 690 milliseconds. And then we also just looked at word duration itself, right, without any following silence. And so the modeling method that we used, first we generated a control model, so using linear mixed effects regression, including all of those factors that again, affect word duration, so those intrinsic factors of word length, word frequency, and word class, the contextual factors of syntactic structure, font emphasis, and repetition, and interactions to account for the fact that durations of open class words are influenced more by syntactic structure and frequency than closed class words. And then once we had fit the largest control model that converged for the data, we added the metric level. So again, it's 5 levels of metric structure as both a fixed effect and a random effect. And we implemented this parameter with backwards difference coding, and so that way we could compare for each, we could test our prediction that each addition of metric level, of hierarchical metric level, would result in a significant increase in duration. So here again are the metric level annotations for this verse, and here we can see the durations. And so you can see that generally word durations increase with an increase in the metric level. And so let's first look at the interword interval. And so down below here, you can just see that all the control factors do exactly what we expected them to do, though in fact repetition didn't survive in the final model. And then we see from up above that as predicted, each increase in metric level results in a concurrent significant increase in word duration. And remember that this is backwards difference coded, so each one of these is an increase, right? And so it's interesting to see that the largest increases are for metric level 4 and metric level 5 above those below. So the results here show that readers signal 5 hierarchical levels of meter with the interword interval variation. And this is, as far as I know, a novel finding in the speech production literature, but it's wholly consistent with findings from music performance. So for example, here's some data from a paper by Neil Todd, 1985, and it's durations of notes in a Haydn adagio. And so you can see that the durations of the notes that coincide with different metrical levels increase in a hierarchical fashion. So then if we now look at the word duration results, we see a somewhat different pattern from the interword interval. So again, the control factors are doing all the things that we predicted they would do. But if we look specifically at the metric level parameters, we see now that there are only significantly 3 levels of metric level, of hierarchical metric structure that are being instantiated in these word durations. So in fact, at metric level 4, there's a slight numerical increase that's not significant. And then at metric level 5, there's in fact a decrease in duration. So this is the words that resolve the rhyme, so the rhyme targets, in this case fall, are in fact numerically shorter than the rhyme target that precedes them, or all. And so in fact, the picture looks a little bit more like this, right, with just 3 levels of hierarchical metric structure. So when we look at the word duration results, we see that readers signal 3 hierarchical levels of meter with word duration variation. So how can we reconcile these results with the interword interval data, which showed 5 levels of hierarchic structure? One possibility is that we're just seeing a ceiling effect on word durations at about 360 milliseconds, but I think it's more likely that what we're seeing is that duration reduction reflects the strong predictability of the rhyme target, right? So again, here's that example. And so the word fall in this context is ridiculously predictable, right? In terms of its semantic structure, stress pattern, syntactic, and most importantly, its phonological structure. And so given what we know about how speakers reduce highly predictable words, I think that might be a piece of what's going on here. So overall, we show that hierarchical metric structure accounts for durational variation over and above other intrinsic and contextual factors, and each level of the metric hierarchy leads to greater lengthening. But rhyme predictability also influences this relationship, where we see that speakers reduce the duration of highly predictable rhyme targets. And so this is a great beginning to some work, so we can actually start to investigate what are the components of these texts that promote literacy development. We can manipulate those durational cues and see to what extent they influence people's not only attention for the rhyme target, but their memory and phonological processing of the targets. So thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Peter Gordon from North Carolina. I'm curious about the way in which predictability would, in this kind of reading, affect rhyme. Yes, is with a book like this, you know, a parent will have read it, you know, maybe 40, 50, 60, 1,000 times, and every word in it is predictable. So it's not a case of, you know, predictability facilitating a production. It's a case of predictability, you know, relating to how you want it to sound or just how you want it to be.
Yeah, that's interesting. And so these were all productions by sort of naive college students who don't have that sort of experience, right? But yes, I absolutely agree. There's going to be some influence on the fact that, you know, this might be a book that you would read every single day. And so that would be a feature that we'd have to consider.
Well, and the former First Lady, I bet, would show that pattern, and I would bet she's read it before.
Well, and there's an interesting, people have attested that in fact with repeated productions of this book, the reader will often actually stop, right, and actually pause before they produce the final rhyme to kind of give the kid a chance to maybe produce it him or herself. And so I don't know what role that's playing. That didn't really happen in this case, but again, there's going to be sort of individual relationships between the reader and the listener in those caretaker-child relationships.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, so super cool.
What? Did you just some phonological reduction
Sarah
there? Yeah,
Brown
thank you.
Schmidt, Vanderbilt. The learned sort of writer, or from a pedagogical standpoint, I wonder if Dr. Seuss is making use of your findings to transmit information to the kiddies in a useful way. So like if you know that the parent is going to elongate fall or whatever it was, I mean, are writers putting the important information there so that the parents say it longer to transmit more info? Or could like a writer who wants to teach kids put that important information there knowing about metrical structure? Is that like a way we could leverage these findings in the world for learning?
So how would we test that? I mean, what do we look at, like information density of the words or something, and where are they in the structure? I think there's a lot more to do about like what the actual words are and where they are, and this to me is like the beginning of hopefully something bigger. But yeah, it'd be interesting to hear thoughts about that. Yeah, thank you.
On that note, let's thank our speaker.
Okay, so where is, sorry, where is the, okay.
Do you need help, or are you going to be okay?
Because there was an adapter that worked before, and I only have this guy, and this thing is not going in. Okay. Is it? Are you sure it's this one? Melissa? Okay, we had found an adapter that worked before, but I don't have it here. I don't know if this is that's correct. That's the one I have.
Let's see if it works. Okay, great. The last talk of our session will be given by Paula Rubio Fernandez. Her talk is Saying Too Much Can Be Efficient, a reference, production, and comprehension study.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the goal of my talk today was to persuade you that redundancy can be efficient. At this time of the day, I've got a much more modest goal, which is to keep you awake for 12 minutes. So if I manage at least that, okay? So let's start with Grice, as one should. Redundancy poses a challenge for the Gricean maxim of quantity, according to which we should make our contributions as informative as is required, but not more, okay? So this means that in a display such as this one, a request for the blue star would be under-informative, whereas the same expression in this type of display would be over-informative. And it would be only in this type of display that the speaker would be optimally informative. Okay, so this is the distinctions. So referential over-specification has been investigated both in pragmatics and computational linguistics, and the finding is that contrary to what Grice might have expected, people do tend to produce over-specific referential expressions. And the two interpretations of this data in the market are, on the one hand, that it might be easy for the speaker who doesn't need to worry about whether an adjective is necessary or not in the context. But it's also been argued that it may be helpful for the listener who needs to find that referent in the same visual display, okay? And what I'm going to argue today, I'm going to propose an efficiency-based account of referential modification that brings together these two views. I'm going to argue that it can be geared towards the listener, but still being, low cost for the speaker. So the outline of the talk is as follows. As I've just said, I'm going to introduce this efficiency-based account, which I've recently published, but I'm going to present some new data. That's 3 language production experiments and an I-Track-It language comprehension experiment. So the main argument of this account is that if we think of reference, the goal of reference as a speech act, a felicitous referential expression need not include the minimum number of words possible, but rather allow the listener to easily identify the referent in the context. Okay? So this leaves us with 2 ideal situations. From the traditional informational account, an optimal informative expression would describe the intended referent in just enough detail so that the listener can uniquely identify it. I think that our aim should be different. I think that the most efficient referential expression should allow the listener to uniquely identify the referent with the minimum effort. And with effort, of course, I'm counting that processing an extra word, an extra adjective counts against, it is a type of effort. But there's a potential trade-off in easing the visual identification of the referent. Okay, and that's what I'm going to argue today. So, following from this, an efficient speaker really shouldn't ask for the blue star here, but they may be more prone to do so here. Note, however, that in both displays, the blue star is over-informative because there is only 1 star. So this is the kind of perceptual effects that are not captured in the traditional account and I think are important. So what are the theoretical benefits of efficiency? The first one is that unlike the tripartite distinction I gave you at the beginning, efficiency is a graded notion. Okay, so there's more room to maneuver. And also an efficiency-based account of referential modification subsumes the traditional account based on informativity. So you can think of an under-informative request as a rather inefficient one, insofar it would leave our interlocutor to guess or to ask for more information. But also importantly, it can explain the role of perceptual factors in referential communication. So we don't need to assume any longer that an optimal informative referential expression is the most efficient one. And I'm going to illustrate this point with the following display, where I'm sure you agree that the blue star would be an over-informative referential description. But it is, and again, I hope you'll agree with me, an open empirical question whether the star or the blue star would be the most efficient way to ask you to click on that figure. Okay? So far, I've tried to persuade you that it can be good, beneficial for our interlocutors, but I haven't said anything about the speaker. And I'm going to remind you of a point that has been made again and again in the pragmatics literature as to how for speakers to show true audience design, they ought to have a different perspective from the listener. Think, for example, of the director task. Otherwise, they may just be egocentric. They may just be projecting their own perspective onto their interlocutor. And I think this kind of view dangerously mixes 2 different notions. That of being egocentric with that of being economical. So now, imagine for a moment that we're all having coffee, as we should, and, and we're just having a conversation, and suddenly I tell you, look at that. Now, I would be admittedly vague, but the reason why I can get away with this is because whatever called my attention, I can just assume it will call your attention too. Now, the reason that I'm relying on what Clark and Marshall call the co-presence heuristic, does that make me egocentric? Surely not. It makes me economical. I don't need to imagine what a scene looks like for you when we're both looking at the same scene. What would be egocentric, on the other hand, would be to make this kind of remark when we're talking on the phone, for example, right? Assuming co-presence when there's none. So that, to me, would be egocentric. And having teased those 2 notions apart, I want to argue that there is such a thing as efficient audience design. Audience design need not be an effort that pragmatists and Grecians do, and is something that we can do even in instances of co-presence. So now let's try to imagine the job of a speaker who's trying to be efficient in a situation of co-presence. And there I think that the best we can do is to rely on perceptual information. So I, as a psycholinguist, can go into the lab and I can record data as to whether listeners perform faster when they hear the blue star or the star, depending on the display. But as a speaker, I don't have access to that data. The best I have is access to the kind of situation where my interlocutor is going to go and find that triangle, that star, that code for me. And so I think that I'm introducing here the notion of visual heuristics. These are very fast calculations that we can make about the number of items, the number of colors, the distribution of those colors, and I think that this can be a very easy proxy for how easy or how hard the task of our interlocutor is at getting us that code or clicking on that star. So let's move to the experiments. It's always good. Language production data from an interactive laboratory task in all 3 experiments I'm reporting now. Only the participant knew which figure was the target, and the experimenter had to identify it and click on it. And to avoid carryover effects across conditions, I ran them between participants. So what I wondered was how often would participants ask me to click on the small star here, but most importantly, whether they would do it more often when I embed the same basic contrast into a much larger display. And the graph speaks for itself. Nobody ever asked for the small star with the 2 figures. Note, however, that there's a published study using only 2-figure display, so it is important that they don't produce it there. But in the 16-figure display, it goes on average up to 60% of the time. Okay. I also tested the efficiency hypothesis with color adjectives, redundant color adjectives, and I compared the production of expressions such as click on the blue star in monochrome displays with polychrome displays of 2, 4, 8 figures and a pop-out. And my prediction was that if participants were trying to be efficient with the redundant expressions, they would tend to produce more redundant color adjectives in larger polychrome displays. And this is indeed what I observed. The data ranges from 0%, again in the monochrome condition, to over 80% in the pop-out. And last, my favorite manipulation, I think. If we think incrementally and cross-linguistically, again, as we should, in a display like this, color blue could be a relatively efficient cue coming in pre-nominal position. Now, given that it's only 4 figures, the same instruction in Spanish wouldn't be so efficient, because by the time my interlocutor hears azul, they might have already found la estrella. Okay? Notice that, the prediction would be different in a denser display where the search is harder, and I do have data for that, but that's not going to be for today. But with 4 figures in the display, the difference is significant between English speakers producing more redundant color adjectives than Spanish speakers, even when controlling for the timing of the displays. So it seems that the production data supports this idea that redundant speakers may be trying to be efficient in their choice of referential expression. The question is still empirical, whether they are hitting target, whether it is a strategy that works for the listener. Does it facilitate referent identification? And to answer this question, I used the same type of displays and looked at processing of unmodified and modified instructions, collected measures of first fixation on target from the onset of the critical word, proportion of looks on the target in the critical time window, which you'll see in a moment, and response times. And again, I think the graph is pretty clear. It is the modified redundant condition that has an advantage according to all 3 measures. And this you can observe in the 4-figure display, the 8-figure, and the pop-out. And whereas I think this is very clear, to me the nicest contrast in this experiment comes actually from the 2 pop-out conditions. So the advantage that you see here for the color condition is from comparing click on the star with the blue star. But what happens with the majority colors, right? If I ask you, let's say the heart, if I ask you to click on the heart or the pink heart, the situation is very different. And here in pink, you effectively have to wait for the noun to disambiguate. And this is indeed what the control condition shows. There's a reversal, right? So what's an advantage, effectively an advantage for the blue star, becomes a disadvantage for the pink heart. Now notice that both these uses are equally over-informative. There's only one heart, there's only one star, but as you can see, the effect, when we think in terms of informativity, we think in terms of efficiency and cooperativeness, then the effect reverses. So this is, I'm appealing to a change in perspectives here and talk not only about informativity, but also about interaction, cooperation, and efficiency. 2 quick conclusions. Redundant speakers can be good Gaussians. That is, they can be rational and cooperative even when they produce information that is, strictly speaking, unnecessary. And it seems that speakers can engage in efficient audience design and choose referential expressions that facilitate communication or interaction, even in situations of co-presence where they can rely on visual heuristics. And I'm going to push the argument once more for the potential relationship between color adjectives and visual search. It's often been argued that perhaps redundant speakers suffer from internal production pressures and they're not really engaging in audience design. And I think that what this data demands of this type of accounts is that they really explain what those pressures could be. Is it just visual salience? Then if it's just visual salience, what is it that English speakers produce prenominal over modification more often than Spanish speakers? And I've got one more graph, if you can put up with one more, showing that it is really a problem, because when the target is common ground, when both the participant and the experimenter know which of the four figures is the target, and you ask the participant to please identify and name the figure for me, they never produce color. Not a single participant, not a single trial, whereas the same displays, the four-figure displays, elicit color over specification over 40%, I think, when the experimenter doesn't know which figure he or she is looking for, okay? And now I'm gonna do something rather unusual, but last night I learned, as many of you might have, the distressing news that the Hungarian government was threatening to pass a law that would effectively mean that the Central European University had to close. And this morning I received emails from Gergo Chibra and Agi Kovac, from some of you must know their work from the Infant Cognition group, passing around this petition, telling us about the Facebook group, and I thought this would be a good opportunity to, raise awareness. So thanks for your awareness and your attention. Thank you.
Chigusa Kurumada, University of Rochester. It's interesting. So Julie Sedeby has this paper where she uses different types of reference, and where she uses inherently over-informative color adjectives like yellow banana, right? If you talk about bananas, why would you say yellow? Mm-hmm. So in many cases, you can sort of as listeners, as intuitively sense or feel that, well, this is definitely over-informative. It's not helping me, it hurts me. Or there must be another reason for the speaker to use that color adjective, and then I sort of look for other color contrast items. Do you have any sort of suggestions as to how we can predict in which cases listeners do think that, well, this is inherently over-informative versus maybe this is within the scope of expected amount of information?
Well, if I remember Julie's data correctly, people didn't produce the yellow banana unless there was a green or a brown banana in the display, right? Another situation where people talk about the color of bananas is when they're atypical, and Judith Degan is going to give a very nice talk tomorrow on typicality, color typicality, for example, right? So if you expect bananas to be yellow, you wouldn't encode it. If they're blue, you would probably alert your interlocutor that this is an unexpected color you're looking for. But I think that the canonical use of adjectives to discriminate between objects of the same kind, two bananas, let's say, I think that is, of course, still the way they can be used. All I'm saying is that we cannot simply treat as pragmatically infelicitous those cases where there is only one banana, because you don't only need to look at color typicality and number of bananas, you need number of colors, number of items. There are many variables, if we are coordinating, that could affect how much information I give you. And I'm just saying that that is too narrow an account. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be used contrastively. It definitely is a great function to avoid ambiguity. Thank you. Thanks. Yes, please. I thought I was going to die. Hey, Ted.
So poster session starts now. There's drinks. Actually, there's food also. And so I don't know if it's going to count as dinner. It doesn't say so on the program, but it might or might not, depending on how much you eat and how fast you get there. Follow people, and it ends at 9. We're going to have to leave the building at 9. Well, poster session is look at a map, but it's like you have instructions. If I try and tell you now, it's like, it's over there.